Hello there.
Morning, guys. How are you? It's Thursday. It's reading day. Hey, Kevin. The Halo collector is already here with us. Good morning. I'm changing my outfit to get ready for reading. I'm actually here pretty early this morning. Hey, Krampus. Good morning, sir. How's the volume on the microphone today? I went and changed some things to fix that to make sure that it was clear and good for the stream because we were having some issues with it the other day. We're good. We're good. How are you? It's a great day. We're having a good day. Still sick. Man, that's a bummer. Oh, it's a great day, though. I'll tell you what. We're gonna read today. Drink some coffee today. I got my Book Daddy cup. Yeah, all good stuff. $10:03, huh? Early. We're on early even. Sorry, I got a text from a friend of mine. All right, so here's what's gonna happen. We're early today, which is absolutely crazy. We're not only, I would say that we're on time. Hi, Shelly. How's it going? Guess who, baby? How was that rib, Copes? How's that rib, buddy? Check it out. We're early today. What I was saying was I can't believe that we're early today. We usually get started at like 5 after. We were ahead by a lot. I've already put out all the announcements on Discord because, wow. Did I make a TikTok this morning? I watched TikTok this morning. Did I make a TikTok this morning? Yeah, I didn't. I didn't make a TikTok this morning. I'm gonna make this. Hold on a second. You guys are here for me. We're gonna do this together. Hey guys, it's Spartan John with the Book Daddy Cup because it's reading day. Where are you? We're already live. I'm sorry that I made this video 5 minutes late, but the stream always starts at 10 and you guys follow me, so why aren't you already here? Anyway, link is right here. Come and be awesome with us. We're live already. Stay awesome. If you can't come, tell me why you're not coming. We're playing Halo and reading Halo. It's like the best thing ever. You don't know what you're missing unless you come and hang out. Stay awesome. Oh, fuck. You know what I just did? Oh, fuck. I fucked up. I took a picture. I was holding the picture, not the video. This is why it takes me all day to do this shit. Like, I sit down and start making this content at like 8:30 in the morning. Because I'm old as shit, it just takes me time. God damn it. I'll send you a picture of my visor that got all messed up. Yeah, that would be awesome. I'm sorry that it feels bad. I'm glad you're feeling better today. Shit. Now I gotta do this again because I done fucked up already. Hold on a second. And it's gonna be less good the second time. Alright, here we go. Hey guys. It's Spartan John here at the Awesome. We're already live on Twitch and on YouTube. We've got our cup of coffee because it's reading day. We're going to try to finish the Cold Protocol today, and then we're going to play some Halo with our friends. You have to come and hang out with us. The link is right about here. If you can't hang out, tell us why. Why don't you love Halo enough to come and hang out with us? Seriously. Stay awesome, guys. I'll see you. Am I badgering my audience too much, do you think? Hey guys, it's Spartan John here at the Awesome. We're already live. Yeah, stop playing. On YouTube. I don't want you to hear it 15 times. Am I badgering my followers too much, do you think? So I do have some really awesome other news, by the way. Now you're doing it just enough. That's good. It's in your DMs all cracked and covered in nasty caustic soda and sulfuric acid. Nice. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look at it. Let's see what it says. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It got cracked from you hitting... Did you hit your back or did you go face first in the container? TikTok coming to Xbox. Hey, you know what? If Microsoft buys it, I'm all for it. Let's see here. Hashtag Twitch. Hashtag YouTube. Hashtag... Oh, sorry. I'm going to let my age show. # friends. # the awesome. Don't forget if you guys want to at me in anything, always # the awesome and # the Spartan space. # Spartan John. sorry, it's hard hat caught most of the blow, but got a good headache. Back of my head hit the back of the railed car. Okay. So how'd the front of your face get cracked? Did the hose get you in the front too? Or did they just crack it, break it? Hashtag Boomer John. By the way, that's funny. Oh man. Oh god. Hashtag Halo. # Halo Infinite. # the Cold Protocol. This is why I need people for this, because I have to remember after my head hit the hose spray. Holy shit! I'll be up your way tomorrow going to D-pad. Nice. Just going to the store, huh? Hashtag Spartan John. # cosplay. # pound sign, reading, pound sign. Somebody's gonna clip this and make it into a meme. I feel it already. Martin is probably busy doing it as we speak. You know, there's people right now. There are people that are physically hurting because they're hearing me say these like words like pound sign. Dropping off some Transformers. Nice. Let's see. Twitch, YouTube, friends. The Awesome live stream. Halo Infinite, The Cole Protocol, Spartan John, cosplay, reading. Oh, Master Chief. No, Master Chief. There you go. No, not Masty Chief. Master Chief. Master Chief. I feel like the text boxes on these phones, although they're getting bigger, is getting smaller. Because I find that I'm fat fingering the buttons more often than I ever used to. Am I the only one that feels like this? Am I the only one? I'm just asking. I'm not crafting today. Okay, yep, no, yep, okay. Oh, For You page. That was the other one. You can't forget that one. Okay, perfect. I gotta remember to post something here in the comment about what I'm doing because I can't just post all the hashtags. Live today. Reading books. And gaming. Come be awesome. At 10. Which, you know, they're already late because I posted this like a jackass, you know, late. It happens. It happens. Anyway, so what do you, besides hanging out with me, what do you guys got going on today? Tell me in the channel, tell me in the chat. We're gonna get, spoiler, John Halo appears at the end and saves the day. This is the joke. I always appear at the end of the story. It's my story that you've come to watch. If I wasn't here, that's also a joke. Gonna listen live. See, so the best thing about this, the reason why the TikTok is so important is because it literally just posted that video that we made together. Like, if I get it right the first time, I can make that video and post that video in about 5 minutes. And because I don't know how to do the filters or anything, it's just this, what you see here, my face and me talking to you, and then I just type the shit in and send it off to the world, right? On like duty at work, so you're occupying my time while I wait for... Okay. That's fair. I love that you're here. We love to have you. I hope that all your buddies that are in the office today are forced to hear me read the story and they become infected to the John Bug and want to join the Awesome as well. Not saying that's possible. And don't forget all of the soap opera moms. We still want them to come and be awesome with us too. There are better things in life than soap operas. Spartan John and his friends are those things. Promise. All right, it's 10:13. I'm gonna do two the John brain rots. I'm gonna do two things really quick. We're at 789 followers on Twitch this morning. We are literally 11 followers from 800. We're at 71 subs. That's a lot. Our best month was 121 subs of all time. It was last month. I would love to maintain those kind of numbers. No pressure. Like, share, subscribe. Tell your friends. Twitch and YouTube. The Awesome only grows because of you. And it powers me. It literally does. I'm like running on a reactor of awesome. When you guys chat with me, when you guys come and spend the time with me, when you interact with me in the Discord, you give me the things that I miss from my youth, from my military service, the camaraderie, the friendships, the shitty jokes. You know, sometimes you guys pick on me, and that's okay too, I guess. It's not my favorite, but, you know, I get it. But I can't do it without you, is what I'm saying. So thank you for being awesome with me, all 789 of you. And we're at, hold on, I can't leave you guys out over here on the YouTube. I will tell you what we're at on YouTube because it's important as well. I wish that the YouTube analytics space, we're at 119 subs on YouTube. I wish that the YouTube analytics space, the stream manager, would provide all of the same information that that the Twitch stream manager provides. But for whatever reason, they decided to punt the football on first down with their stream information, and it's god darn terrible. Please do better, YouTube. Please do better. This is supposed to do something. Okay, I'm just gonna run and refill this coffee because we've been here for a whole 15 minutes talking, and then I'm gonna start the book, and then we're gonna play Halo afterwards and hang out. Give me just a minute. I've got the Book Daddy cup. It's only got like this much coffee in the bottom. We're gonna go get more. Watch the chair for a minute. I'll be right back. Or maybe the door, I guess, because the camera's following me. I'll be right back. So just like that, we're back already. You see, it barely takes any time at all. Oh, okay. All right. Did I miss anything? Nope. Nobody said nothing while I was gone. All right. Google doesn't want to excel. Okay. Coffee is so good. All right. Welcome. All right, so as every time, here is the bookmark. We show the bookmark because you missed my shouting on your Twitch in 3 different Discords. Oh, well, thank you for shouting it out. I appreciate it. That's actually huge. I do. You're the best, man. Like, seriously, I can't say thank you enough. Good things coming to the Spartan space. We're growing. Lots of good things. Oh, that's so cool. I saw your DM there. Thank you. Good things coming. We'll talk about it after we read because we got to get started. But remind me. Here's the bookmark because someday we'll learn how to video edit or someone like better than me will video edit it into a small consolidated version. Jesus. Reset. Into smaller consolidated versions of the books that you stop and listen to live. So you'll be able to absorb them as smaller playlists where you don't necessarily have to listen to me game for hours and hours and hours afterwards. In the time being, if you're just here for the books, when you're done reading, thanks, or when you're done listening to the book portion, thanks for watching and skip to the next one. Like, share, subscribe. I can't say thank you enough. Again, here's the bookmark. We're on the Cole Protocol. I have my coffee. And we've got, Ambient Wonders on YouTube. I don't want to forget. Let me put that up. Kapow Chow. Ambient Wonders on YouTube. It's powered by Insulation 00. It's music for studying, resting, relaxing, ambiance at your parties, all of the things. You can listen to all of the science fiction and Halo music. It comes from places like menus of games, hallways, stuff like that. So if you're into just background music from games and you need something good for all of the things that you do that you never thought you needed some supporting music in the background for, go check out Ambient Wonders. Dude that runs it's a really cool guy. He gives great hugs and he smells nice. Alright, here we go. Bookmark. Chapter 49 of the Cole Protocol. Habitat Tiago Docks. The Rubble, 23 Labray. The sound of the ship's airlock doors shutting echoed throughout the spare cavern that the Kigyar had as a docking bay. The lanky aliens paused, looking over the doors. Two of them ran for the lock, banging on the door, as loud clanks and hisses told everyone in the docking bay that their ship was undocking. Delgado watched the panic spread through the Kigyar as they realized what had happened. The Kigyar had kept bunched up on the far side of the docks close to their ship's airlock. That had made getting out onto the docks a dangerous exercise, but the Kigyar had realized that letting the humans get off their ship was better than trapping them in. Now, there was no doubt wondering who the heck was taking their ship. Keys hunkered down on the far side of the shipping container they were both using as cover. Waved Delgado over. The immense bulk of the gray Spartan Jai stood behind the lieutenant. "I'm sorry to hear about Phazon," Delgado said. The word had spread as they'd remained pinned down by the Kigyar. The aliens, with the energy shields and the snipers, were doing far better now in a large open docking bay than they had in the tight confines of the ship. Keyes nodded. He looked tired, Delgado thought. These men were all his responsibility. The 4 dead in the open area of the docks were now on Keyes, and so was Phazon. "Jai has an idea," Keyes said. The Spartan stepped forward. "You had them all suit up, Keyes? Everyone's vacuum ready. Only a few jackals are equipped. If we figure out how to flush the air out of the entire dock..." "We need Juliana for that," Delgado said. "One couldn't just flush the atmosphere out of the habitat without extensive overrides." Keyes pulled the large chip out of his pocket that held Juliana. "Jai will cover you. You just need to get somewhere to plug this in. Get Juliana back up and have her flush the bay. We'll pick off the stragglers." Delgado almost reverently placed the AI chip into his pocket. She'd been created to manage the mining operations of the magical operation, helping guide asteroids to processing plants around the systems. She may have been a commercial AI, nothing like the industrial-strength thinkers the UNSC used, but she'd somehow managed to keep the entire rubble together since the fall of Madrigal. Juliana had been a protector of the rubble for so long, she was almost like a technological deity, a god everyone in the rubble looked up to for help with their troubles. And she fit in his pocket. He scanned the docks. "Over there," he pointed Jai at the console used by the supervisors to run the docks. "That should be doable." It was well away from the bulk of the firefight. "So go," Keith said. The rate of fire from the ODSTs picked up as Jai and Delgado made a run for it, ducking from one set of containers and large structural spars to another. They stopped a mere 15 feet from the console. Delgado swallowed. From where he had been, the console looked up and out of the way. Up close, he realized it was in the open. Though far away from the Kigyar, they were good shots. Jai realized it too, because the Spartan turned and held out the gauntleted hand. "Give her to me. I'll plug her in." Delgado stared at the Spartan's hand. He'd just been handing over one of the most important assets that the the rubble had. How much did he trust these UNSC Spartans? I'm going to read that sentence again. Delgado stared at the Spartan's hand. He'd be just handing over one of the most important assets the rubble had. And that sentence is rough. How much did he trust these UNSC Spartans? So far, they'd worked toward the same goals. If you didn't start trusting someone at this point, he thought, then you'll never trust again. This Spartan was offering the risk of his life to get out in the open and try to save all of them. How much proof did Delgado need? He took a deep breath and handed Juliana over. Jai cupped the chip in his hands and darted out, and for a brief second it looked like the Kigyar had not spotted him. That Jai would make it to the console and back before they noticed anything. But as the Spartan stood and inserted the chip, plasma fire struck the walls overhead. Delgado leaned out and wildly fired his battle rifle at the Kigyar. Several plasma shots grazed Jai, but he kept the chip guarded until Juliana's form appeared over the console. "Get back," Delgado shouted. "She's in the system." Near misses blackened the gray armor of Jai as he ran back to cover, firing his battle rifle as he did so. 3 Kigyar fell over dead. Delgado marveled at the Spartan's accuracy. At this range, across hundreds of feet of dock, all Delgado had done was harass the Kigyar. Jai slammed his back into the container as plasma slapped the other side, boiling the metal. Delgado's earpiece crackled and Juliana's voice filled his ear. "Thank you, Delgado and Jai. What do you need from me?" "Blow the air out of here," Delgado requested. Juliana didn't reply, but a second later all of the airlocks feeding into the docks blew open. With the brass warbling of emergency sirens and strobing warning lights, air rushed out into the vacuums of space, thundering past, and the sound of plasma fire followed. It was over in just a few minutes. ODSTs popped up and shot the few remaining Kigyar that were in full gear and still able to breathe and fight. The other aliens died horribly, flailing around, asphyxiated, their long mouths open and frozen in silent screams. Keyes and the ODST Markov looked out over the carnage once the docks had repressurized. Keyes looked a bit horrified at the carnage. Markov looked slightly pleased. Jai stood behind them, towering high, battle rifle in one hand. "The Petya had caught up to us," he told Keyes. "I would suggest you use it as a temporary command center. It'll keep you from getting recaptured, at least." Keyes ran a hand over his silvering hair and nodded. "Thank you, Spartan. We'll need it." Juliana reported that this is just the beginning. The Kigyar are up to something big. Juliana might as well brief us on board your ship. Jai slung his battle rifle and plodded off toward one of the nearby airlocks. After a moment, Delgado followed, both glad to be out of the dock full of dead Kigyar. Chapter 50. Sangheli-occupied ship Infinite Spoils, the Rubble, 23 Libre. Thel looked over the reports that Tsar had patiently gathered for him. The humans had dug around the Kigyar battle net, which had been poorly secured. "These are details on where the Youngoi redoubt is," Tsar said, "including force, strength, ships, how they will shuttle the Youngoi to the rubble for an attack, and plans for an invasion of one of their habitats called Exodus. The humans have the whole Kigyar battle plan for themselves now." "Well, they are clever creatures," Thel said. He shut the display down. "You yourself admired that, if I remember correctly." "This is troubling, though," Tsar said. "It means the Kigyar Reth may have been telling the truth," Thel sighed. "That they plan to trick the humans out of the location of their homeworld." "Yes, and that he was doing a holy duty for the hierarchs. You must admit the possibility now. Looking over the plans to attack the humans, these have been in place for years." Thel rubbed the bottom of his mandibles thoughtfully. "It is a possibility now, I do agree. Then we may have crossed the hierarch, Tsar said. You, of all, should know how that chills my heart. A hierarch, Thel said, cautiously. What do you mean? What I mean is that we were given a set of orders that put us in conflict with orders given by another prophet. Tsar shook his head. These things border on heresy. Then do not speak of them ever again, Thel said. But it does not change our situation. But... So we shall also send a message to Reth, Thel said, trying to add a note of reassurance to his voice. We will not approach or attack the Exodus asteroid that the Kigyar want. We will attack the other human parts of the rubble, working to destroy the humans there. Tsar swallowed. Will that be enough to convince the prophet of regret that we did what we were asked? Thel grumbled. We will destroy the rubble. We will grind it to pieces from this Kigyar ship. How will they doubt our zealotry then, Tsar? We offer Reth our agreement to leave their habitat alone, and maybe we will come out ahead. Maybe? Tsar left the cockpit in a dark mood, and Thel sat down on the shipmaster's chair with a sneer. This was not Covenant standard. It was designed for Kigyar. It was an insult and an expression of their rebellious impulses. And even worse, it was as uncomfortable of a fit for a Sangheili. Nonetheless, it would be a good spot from which to oversee the destruction of the rubble. The sooner the mess was wrapped up, the sooner Thel imagined a more normal life would resume. Betrayals and intrigues were not his strong suit. Sangheili were almost always more direct. Thel punched the console in front of him in frustration, shattering the screen and denting the metals. Chapter 51. Matisset 23 Libre. Peter Bonifacio unstrapped himself from the pilot's seat of the escape capsule. The long burn engine had run out. He'd kept the thing maxed to get well clear of the damned Spartans that had hunted down Distancia. Now he coasted toward Matisset. What was that damn Kigyar's code? Bonifacio hunted through scraps of paper in his pockets until he found the tiny card. He plugged the frequency into the escape pod controls and transmitted the emergency. Then he waited. Then he waited nervously until the speaker crackled with the sound of the Kigyar voices. Peter, Bonifacio, proceed. I need help, Bonifacio blurted out. I'm in a capsule, headed toward Matisset. I need to be picked up. And do you have our navigation data with you? Is this Reth? Bonifacio asked. A moment as the question was transmitted and then transmitted again. This is Reth, came the response. Our data? Bonifacio swallowed nervously. This was indeed Reth, he told himself. He'd done a lot of business with this Kigyar. This was about business, and a partner like Reth would understand a setback. He was dealing with a trade-oriented species, just like himself. Reth would understand. The data was stolen from me, Bonifacio finally admitted. Stolen? What use is this to us? Why did you even bother calling to admit this? Bonifacio couldn't tell because of the delay and monotone of the translation device, but it felt to him that Reth was suddenly angry. I know where they will be taking the data, Bonifacio said quickly. Please, if you come help me, I'll help you get the data. Another pause before the reply. Then, you are a useless lump of nothing that once glittered to us, Bonifacio. We gave you weapons to smuggle and make profit on. We gave you docking rights and helped you in every way that you could imagine. And all we asked in this one favor for you, which you failed to us. No, Bonifacio screamed over the radio. He started babbling. You can't just abandon me here. You owe me. We worked well together. We were good together. Only silence came from the other end. I'll tell you where they are taking it. If you do me this last favor, Bonifacio begged. Where are they taking it? Reth asked. The Exodus asteroid, Bonifacio said. And if you do me the favor of picking me up, I'll tell you where it is. Reth laughed. I already know where it is, thank you. We'll be taking it for ourselves soon enough. Bonifacio's mouth dried, now with fear. He'd been wrong, he realized, about the Kigyar, probably about everything, but he still had his life to save. But I will do you this last favor, Bonifacio, Reth said. I will not come pick up your pod, because right now, were I to pick you up, the last moments of your life would be horrible indeed. Goodbye, human. And the radio went silent. Bonifacio was now alone, floating toward Metisset, looking out the tiny portholes of his escape pod at the distant, ruddy orb. He wondered if the air would run out before the heater stopped. Chapter 52. Somewhere near Charbdis 9. The Prophet of Regret stood in front of a giant screen that showed his fleet assembled in the far distance. Tiny specks of light waiting to be flung through space wherever he wished. He turned his chair about to regard the other body in the room. This was the Prophet of Truth. Regret frowned as Truth rebuked him. You are, as ever, too hasty. How is this? Regret whined. I have sent my hunters out to find the source of what I thought was trouble. I have hunted the humans. I have acted. You have not acted well. My plan was more elegant. Truth, Regret thought, always did like working his intrigues. He shouldn't have been this surprised to find out the Truth was behind the design of these smuggled weapons. They were all just an attempt to furtively find the humans' home world, Truth had said, without further fleet engagements. Never mind that Regret knew they could smash the humans, one world after another. Truth worried about the secret of humans and their first encounter with them, particularly since the three hierarchs had worked so hard to hide the secret. Does it matter now what we have done? Truth said. This is a mess, and it needs cleaning. The fleet needs to return to this world. If the Kigyar have the location of the human homeworld, we can use it, and the Ungoi quartered there. If not, then we destroy all traces of this experiment. I agree, Regret said, finding himself once again following Truth's lead. The Geralhani who betrayed your Sangheli shipmaster, they will need to be destroyed. Their loyalty is commendable, but the knowledge of what they saw must die with them. We do not need any in high charity speaking of this. Regret agreed. You will travel to this world with us and watch the fleet in action. The Prophet of Truth bobbed his head. I want to see this all conclude. Yes, I have had my effects brought onto your flagship. We will have joint command together. We will fix any problems, as we always have. Regret turned and looked at the screen. With its live images of the fleet, Truth had platitudes, words of being brothers now that his experiment had failed. But there were only brothers with a shared secret while the humans were still alive. If they ever got rid of the threat humans presented, then Truth would have no need of Regret. More than ever, Regret realized if he ever had the chance to destroy the humans first and keep control of his position in the Covenant, he would have to move fast in the future, faster than Truth's intrigues. Regret shook himself from his thoughts. Then it's time for us to go there, he said. And using the controls on his floating throne, he keyed in a channel to the ship's bridge and gave the order for the fleet to jump. Part 4. Chapter 53. Petya, near Habitat Tiago, the rubble, 23 Libre. Delgado sat down in the cockpit of the Spartan's freighter, finding in finding it strangely reassuring to be back aboard. Keyes had joined the Spartans aboard the Petya, along with Markov and Delgado. The other ODSTs remained out on the docks, cleaning up after the firefight. Things were happening all across the rubble now, Delgado felt. Juliana was off in some vast, spread-out processing mode that made it hard for her to focus on one small area, but she'd asked them all to get ready for a conference, so now they were just waiting. Mike running checks on the Petya, Jai and Adriana in the back examining the armor after the battle. Keyes paced the cockpit, waiting for information, frustrated. Markov just stared at the metal floor, somewhat shell-shocked at the death of his commanding officer, Faison. Everyone surged in the cockpit, though, when Juliana finally returned to manifest herself. "I'm sorry for my absence," she said, appearing over the communication console. "I was verifying the data I had taken from the Kigyar ship. I'm also presenting this information to the members of the Rubble Security Council." She faded away, and in her place the moon Metisset appeared. It zoomed large until its clouds hung in front of the crowd in the cockpit. The image increased until an irregular oval appeared on the rocky ground of Metisset's surface. Another leap in perspective showed it to be the remains of a crater. Liquid covered the very bottom, filled by a river of some sort with a waterfall. Delgado looked at the shapes by the waterfall's edge. "Are those structures?" "The Kigyar have created a natural home for hundreds of thousands of Ungoi," Juliana's voice said. "This structure parked over a methane waterfall where the mists are thick enough for the methane that the Ungoi can breathe out and in the open is called the Redoubt. Right now, as we speak, Ungoi are being readied for an invasion of the rubble." Juliana let that sink in for a moment. "When do they mobilize?" Keyes asked. "Within the next 24 hours, Juliana said. The image of Metisset faded, replaced by pictures of the Kigyar ships moving out of orbit down to Metisset. As soon as they pick up the Ungoi. Those images faded as well, to be replaced by Juliana. She cocked her head slightly, listening to someone else. "The Council wants to know what our Kigyar contacts are saying about all this." That would tip the hand of any defense the rubble might need," Keyes muttered. Juliana nodded. "May I offer another point of importance, please?" "Please," Jai said from the cockpit's entrance. He'd removed his helmet now, and his brown eyes were fixed on Juliana. "The Kigyar know about the Exodus project," Juliana said. Their most tightly held secret, something he hadn't known about, had been in the Kigyar databanks, and it angered him. And once Bonifacio had delivered the navigation data to them, the Kigyar were going to use the asteroid as a troop carrier to invade Earth. Delgado felt vaguely sick. Keyes looked confused, but didn't ask any questions for now. This was the first time he'd heard of the Exodus project, and while he could infer what it might entail from the AI's sentiment, he was hoping that it would let something more solid slip. Juliana waited for this to sink in as well. "I'm unwilling to lose the rubble. It's everything I exist for. I say we attack first. We use the mass drivers like Max. We get Keyes and his men back aboard the Midsummer Night. If we start attacking them while their main force is on the ground, we have a chance to win this." Keyes fiddled with his pen and looked around. The Midsummer Night has the capacity to go up against that big Jackal ship, but we could get overwhelmed by sheer numbers with all these other craft they have parked throughout the rubble. And then there's the other issue. Have these Jackals been working alone? Because if not, all we have to do is call in support. One stealth frigate wouldn't be much use against the Covenant usually bringing a big fight. "I can't speak to that," Juliana said. "But now we have another problem. The Security Council is getting ready for a meeting. They're shutting me out. This isn't something I can override without drawing attention." Delgado, Maria was Diego's closest relative, and has been given a temporary seat on the council to represent him. "Can you go down there? I don't want us out of the loop here." Delgado was already up. "Take me there, I'll go." Jai and Mike looked at each other. Jai shook his head. "We don't want to risk taking Petya into the heart of the rubble. We're already exposing ourselves enough with the AI and Delgado aboard. I'll take the tube cars, Delgado said. Outside of the tall faux marble columns of the council chambers, Maria Escoval looked at Delgado. The chambers were buried deep in the heart of Cora, one of the first rubble habitats, and he had rushed to get there. You got over here quickly. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, with bags under her eyes. She pushed a stray wisp of hair aside. Delgado broke protocol and gave her a long hug. I'm so sorry about Diego. She let go and looked up at him. They said that bastard Bonifacio is in an escape pod somewhere with the Kikyar. As far as we know, yes. When this crisis is over, I will personally hunt that cockroach down. Maria cleared her throat. The Security Council just had an emergency meeting to figure out what we need to do next. I stood in for Diego. I had no voting rights, but I could talk if needed. What can you tell me? The summary is that we're grateful for all of the risks you've taken, though I think half of the council is ready to string you all up for releasing the UNSC prisoners without locators, or without authority. We didn't have a lot of time to confer or ask permission, and Juliana was helping. That disturbs them almost as much as anything. You know the AI is well past her useful age. Delgado nodded. She's unpredictable now, but I think deep down, what she cares about most is the rubble. What is the council going to do? You're not going to like this. Really? Delgado raised an eyebrow. They've called the Kigyar. They want to see if there's any negotiation to be done. Delgado stared at Maria. They what? Understand from their position the Kigyar have only ever helped. And don't lecture me about the destruction of Madrigal. The fact is, you know a lot of people trust the Kigyar here. They've worked with us to build this rubble. They've traded with us. We consider them allies. They really did it. Yes, we're waiting for a response. Delgado walked away, shaking his head. We've completely tipped our hand. Maria looked down at the ground. I don't know, maybe not. We're just asking for meetings. I'm not sure what else we can do except get ready to defend ourselves. We have a council. It's the way the rubble works, and they have spoken. But they were wrong, Delgado snapped. What would you have us be? Maria asked. We're ruled by representatives and by our votes. This is a disaster. Maybe not, Maria grabbed his arm. Again, all we've done is ask for a meeting. We've asked why. Certainly with all the recent activity around the rubble, it would make sense that we're jumpy. Delgado looked at her. I really hope so, he said. Chapter 54. The Redoubt, Matisset, 23 Labray. Reth lay in a soft collection of pillows in an approximation of a nest. His skin had been bandaged, cuts and bruises covered with medicines that stank, and he was giddy from the pain medications. The damage the Singhili had done to him still throbbed, but he was beginning to feel like the worst of the pain was over now, that the Kigyar healer had spent some time with him. The soft sound of air fans lulled near him, and it lulled him to the edge of sleep when his door opened. I was not to be disturbed during my sleep cycle, Reth snapped, his eyes closed. It is the humans, a lesser Kigyar groveled by Reth's feet. They keep contacting us requesting meetings. About what? Reth opened his eyes. The room was decorated with bits and pieces of art from around Covenant space randomly piled in the corners and hanging from shelves in random chaoses of clutter. All were pieces stolen or traded from all of the species that the Kigyar had dealt with, a riot of shapes, colors, sizes, and functions. It may have looked like random junk, but any Kigyar in the room would know it was Reth's hoard. In the corner of the handmade Singhili practice helmet, carved out of a hard wood and painted black, Reth's most prized piece of this collection. Singhili didn't part with their handmade gifts easily. Reth had to work hard to pilfer this particular item. They won't say, the Kigyar by his foot said. Reth sat up, wincing, as split skin in his shoulder re-cracked and started bleeding again. Send word to the Kigyar in the rubble to pull out. Have them stand ready to act as our front wave. The humans may be getting wind of our plans somehow. Let's not leave our brothers sitting within ease reach of the aliens. Yes, Lord, but we have worked with these humans for so long. We have built good things with them. Are you sure we must destroy them? Reth sighed. Any day now the hierarchs will arrive. Do you wish to look like you are helping heretics? Our task is to fetch the location of Earth and destroy them. Now we are to do this. Time was growing short, Reth felt. If the humans were getting antsy, he was going to have to launch Kigyar ships against the rubble before the Ungoi were even in their shuttles, ready for invasion. No matter, he thought, this would just soften the rubble before he took it. Once he had the Exodus asteroid, Reth thought, all these stolen baubles in his room would be meaningless compared to the fat prize. Chapter 55. Petya, just off of Habitat Tiago, the rubble, 23 Libre. Keyes turned to Jai at the back of the cockpit. You and your team should leave. The council seems to think things are unchanged. They might even fight to prevent us getting back aboard the Midsummer Night. I don't see the sense in weighing you down. I don't see the sense in leaving you either, Jai said. I could make it an order, Keyes said. You do outrank me. You may well order me to do it. Jai looked at Keyes. The unspoken second half of the sentence in the air was that Jai would refuse. Keyes raised an eyebrow and drew in a breath to ream the Spartan out. But from behind him, Mike spoke up. Say what you will about Spartans, Lieutenant. One thing we don't do is leave fellow soldiers behind to die. Jai raised a finger. With us at your side, retaking your ship will not be as hard to do. With Petya's navigation charts and the computers synchronized, we won't be leaving citizens behind to be massacred. Keyes interrupted. He already had to live with leaving Charybdis 9 on its own. He couldn't bring himself to run away from yet another fight. The rubble has no love for the UNSC, Jai said. They are mostly insurrectionists. Keyes wondered if the Spartan was really that cold, having been trained to do nothing but kill insurrectionists, and unable to shake that training, or if Jai was somehow testing him. There are children, Spartans, and citizens. They will be slaughtered. I will offer my services to them, and we will be ready to fight for the rubble. Jai folded his arms. Look, the jackals are moving out of the rubble, Dante curtly shouted. Keyes snapped his head up in interest. They're moving out? He's right, take a look. Up at the front, Mike tapped one of the many screens before his seat. Jackal ships all eased their way out of the rubble slowly, according to the contacts on the radar, and reported from all over the rubble. Like rats from a sinking ship, Keyes muttered. Jai moved in for a closer look himself. Does the council know? Where's Juliana? Get the damn AI here. She has to have spotted this. Keyes stepped back. The Spartan shouted again, agitated. My temper, little Spartan, Juliana said. She'd appeared at their sides. Time is short, Jai said. We don't have time to sit around and debate these things. We need to move quickly. What's going on? Keyes asked, realizing that Jai's frustration mainly came from leading a small team alone and now being part of a community, trying to figure out how the hell to defend the entire community. Jai was somewhat out of his element. Keyes, on the other hand, had expected something to happen. The rubble was basically a very large, slow ship, and it was constantly making course corrections. I come bearing news, Juliana said. The council has rethought their approach based on this behavior. I had them recast their votes. They're willing to consider our plans. Second, aboard the Kigyar ship, I stole some encryption keys. I've been tracking their chatter. We're in even more trouble than just the Kigyar attacking. According to the Kigyar, they're expecting high-ranking officials from the very top of the Covenant hierarchy, and possibly the Covenant fleet to arrive shortly. When, Keyes asked. Even they don't know, just soon. Keyes looked at Jai. Still think we can make a stand now? Jai slowly shook his head. A whole Covenant fleet? Not without some minor miracles. These people are all doomed. Keyes felt he had to agree, and it was a chilling feeling. The council agrees, Juliana said. They have decided to launch the Exodus habitat to evacuate the rubble. The Exodus habitat, Keyes asked. You mentioned the name before. I need to ask what it is. Jai turned back to look at him. Right, you need to get caught up a bit. Chapter 56. Outer Rubble 23 Labray. Fel stalked across the bridge. All the Kigyar ships are leaving the rubble. Zar exhaled through his mandibles in an audible sigh of happiness. Yes, now we won't have to worry about firing on them. One less reason the prophets may seek to damn us when they arrive. Contact Reth, Fel ordered, tamping down his annoyance with Zar's obsession about the will of the prophets. They were Sangheli noble warriors. This dithering didn't bode well. It is time we spoke since his escape. Zar bowed his head and fiddled about. Fel ignored Zar's mutterings, with distant Kigyar moving his way up the chain of command until Reth's long face appeared on one of the screens. Fel faced the image. The Kigyar still wore bandages over the wounds Sal had inflicted upon him. Shipmaster, Reth said, the words dripping with fury. You have stolen infinite spoils, the pride of my fleet. Fel ducked his head. I am not here for recrimination, Reth. You will do what you have been asked. I can only do the same, for we are both soldiers of the Covenant. I have offered to stay away from the main target, but I'm going to start attacking the humans. Do what you wish. Keep them occupied, Sangheli. The longer their eyes aren't looking towards this moon, the better. The Kigyar image flicked off, and Fel looked around at the nervous Ungoi and the now petulant Zar. The Kigyar will do his best to assassinate us with words to his hierarch, Zar said. Why talk to him like this, shipmaster? It serves nothing but to remind him that we are here. Fel ignored Zar. Prepare this ship's weapons. He walked over to the screen, showing the image of their first target, a small asteroid at the edge of the rubble, with mining equipment inside of it. The long barrel mass driver could sling ingots of metal across the rubble, to whatever or wherever they are needed. The larger machines could send these slugs across the entire system from planet to planet. They made effective anti-ship weapons in a pinch, and Fel knew this. He'd encountered a few repurposed mass drivers in the service of canny humans before. Destroy it, he ordered, and watched as several balls of energy barreled their way across the empty space between them to plow into the asteroid, ripping it apart in fiery destruction. Normally, his heart leapt when dealing fire to his enemies. In this case, Fel felt as if he was merely going through the motions. He had no idea what the prophets would think of all of this, but he had to do his duty, and Sanghelis knew too much about duty and nobility. It ran deep inside their blood. Chapter 57. Petya Habitat Tiago the Rubble, 23 Labray. The first attack on the rubble came from the Infinite Spoils. Keys had Mike put the information up on Petya's larger screens. They're going after the mass drivers, Juliana reported. They realize they're damn good weapons, Keys said. Another blow. He'd hoped that the Jackals hadn't realized the defensive potential of the mining equipment. It would have been useful as a surprise. Delgado joined them, out of breath from running across the dock to get to the Petya. They're starting the attack. The Council is calling for the rubble to evacuate to the Exodus habitat, Juliana told him. There are ships moving in to defend the mass drivers and the most populated habitats while evacuations proceed. Exodus is being moved toward one of the limbs of the rubble so that the civilians can get on it by tube car. I'm initiating emergency routing. All cars are on the way. How long would it take to get everyone evacuated? Keys asked. 1 million citizens, once Exodus is docked, will take 12 hours, with me presiding. But there's another question, Juliana said. She turned to look at the Spartans. The Exodus can hardly go anywhere without the right data. The Cole Protocol is absolute, Keys said. We cannot risk handing it over. Not even to save 1 million lives, Delgado asked. Because it risks billions more, Keys said. Didn't even look at the Spartans. You turn and look at me. I'll carry the weight here. We cannot risk We cannot risk turning our back on entire planets. Juliana practically hissed her next sentence. I've not held on to the edge of rampancy for years, trying to save all of this just to watch the UNSC walk away from it. Keyes closed his eyes. The weight of the entire million lives felt as if they were crushing his skull. He wanted to find a way to help, anyway. But Juliana, there are hundreds of thousands of trained grunts getting ready to board Jackal ships, and a suspected Covenant fleet getting ready to hit this system. You calculate the odds. What would you do if you were me? Juliana paused for a moment, running through simulations and possibilities. No doubt. Give us something, Lieutenant. According to the records on your ship, you're known for thinking outside of the box. Now would be a good time, Lieutenant Keyes, to do something seriously out of the box. Some out-of-the-box thinking. We need your help, the AI whispered. A last stand isn't what's needed. They need to be saved. Keyes sat heavily in the seat. He looked at the images of the Youngoi grunts lining up in the large structures on the waterfall of liquid methane. He started flipping through the Jackal ship numbers, hundreds of them perched on the ground on Metisset. Except for the handful that had just withdrawn from the rubble and were targeting mass drivers, as well as the other weapon-like systems. He tapped his pen against the screen, missing the heirloom pipe he usually held. It was still back on the midsummer night, with all of the other effects. Juliana, the habitats and asteroids, the parts of the rubble. You keep them all aligned, correct? Keyes looked up and saw the AI nod. He looked back down at the Covenant forces. They were all on the ground, vulnerable. If you had the right weapons, or something close enough, Keyes stood up, and the eyes of everyone in the cockpit tracked him. The Exodus is not the only habitat with engines. The entire rubble can move. Juliana's constantly keeping the entire structure of the rubble aligned, which means they all have engines. Which also means, given enough time, the rubble can be used as a weapon itself, as it's emptied and abandoned. Juliana hadn't seen it, Keyes realized, because it was almost a form of suicide. The AI lived for the rubble. It was part of her. But it was lost to them. The Exodus was now all of these people had to survive, so why protect the rubble at all anymore? Keyes pointed at the forces marshalling on the surface of Metisset. The Covenant has destroyed us from orbit. Why not return the favor just once? He looked over at the Spartans and was surprised to see a trio of grins. Grey Team was in. Chapter 58. Petya, Habitat Tiago, the Rubble, 23 Libre. Jai realized there was excitement building in the air. They'd gone from looking the look of defeat in the eye to contemplating millions of lives lost to realizing that Keyes had come up with the seed of a working strategy. Juliana was glowing, abstract figures flowing faster now and faster over the holographic spaces inside of her body. It was as if she was breathing faster and faster, as if a panic attack was happening, and she then slowed. I think I see what you're thinking, Keyes. Jai saw that Keyes had been watching her closely. Juliana, can you help us do it? It won't be easy, she said. Jai and Keyes exchanged glances. This was their best opportunity. If the AI stood in their way, it could all fall apart. Jai moved in close. Juliana, they all need you now. They all need you now more than ever. She focused on him. As if seeing him for the first time. Are you worried about me? She asked. Jai blinked. I'm not sure what to say. And Juliana laughed. You're worrying about me, aren't you? It's flattering, Spartan. You're so flattering. But what I meant was that it's going to be hard to dodge the Jackal defenses and sensors. On one of the screens, 3 large structures were highlighted, then picked out of the picture and zoomed in upon. Item number 1 is the central processing unit for the sensory grids. A big building. Kill that and take out their ability to see anything coming. These other 2 are Covenant anti-ship weapons, mounted to keep their redoubt safe. They'll be firing at any non-Covenant ships coming in. You'll be dodging them just to land. Not only that, they may be powerful enough to strike at any of the pieces of the rubble that I throw at them. Jai studied them. We'll have to jump into the heart of the attack to disable these. Do that, Juliana said, and I'll rain Armageddon down on them, I promise you. Keyes leaned over and looked as well. For this you'll need ODSTs. Can we get the council to let us back aboard my ship? I'm sure they'll cooperate at this point, Juliana said. You'll need to be moved. You'll need to be moved, Keyes said. I can offer you space aboard the Midsummer Night. We have a processing power for you. That is, if Exodus does not have the power yet. I know it's not completed. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be staying with the rubble, Juliana said. To hit Matisset and the redoubt from here will require tricky calculations. I need to ride the pieces down there. I can make instant adjustments for the best effect. No one said anything for a moment. Keyes looked at the hologram. Are you sure about this, Juliana? I lived for the rubble. What am I without it? And who else can do this? You all know I'm approaching Rapid-Sea. I certainly know I am. Juliana chuckled. How many get to choose how they die? How many get to choose how they die, she said. And how few in such a poetic manner. Besides, you can't get away with all of their heroism here. The words hung in the air as everyone let it settle in. They were all taking similar actions and could well all share the same fate as the AI. Jai touched the lieutenant's arm. The Exodus. What do we do? Have the Petya stand off by the Exodus with the navigation data. If we fail, Petya makes a run for it. The moment we're successful, though, I think we should take a risk, don't you? We give them the nav data to be handed over. When all goes clear, when it all goes through, Petya and the Midsummer Night can pair up and cover the Exodus as it launches off to wherever it's going to go. We go on our own way. They head off into the depths of the galaxy, far from the Covenant, using random jumps. We'll still face a court-martial, Jai said, curious to see what Key's reaction would be. We'll still have saved millions of lives, Keyes said. I think it's worth it. We keep with the Exodus, long enough to make sure it's well clear. Jai stood fully up from their quick conference, so now we move. Adriana stepped forward. I want in on dropping the Matisset. Adriana, you took on the Jackal ship alone. You're asking me to sit this one out as well? Mike stood up and Jai shook his head. Petya needs its pilot. We can't afford to lose the ship. The three of them hadn't worked as a team in combat since all this trouble erupted in the rubble. But then, their mission always seemed to be by the minute sort of things. And Jai didn't relish the thought of trying to stop Adriana this time out. Now that she knew there was a big fight ahead on Matisset. For as long as he'd known her, Jai knew she was actually looking forward to it. Chapter 59. Midsummer Night leaving El Quadad, the Rubble 23 Libre. Delgado had offered his services as pilot, and Keyes had accepted. Now, Delgado trooped his way aboard the Midsummer Night, surprised by all the tight corridors, low bulkheads, and lack of confusion in the flurry of returning people on deck. Everyone had a mission: get the Night on its way towards Metisset at the highest possible speed. When he got to the bay of the Midsummer Night, Delgado was shown a Pelican. "We lost a damn good pilot back on Charbdis 9. A grizzled fellow pilot with the blonde hair and a strong jaw. Said his uniform had a patch named him Finley." "I'm sorry to hear that," Delgado said, walking around the long-tailed machine. "Damn insurrectionist," Finley said. "Shot him right out of the sky." Delgado looked over at the blonde pilot. "Is there a problem?" "Yeah." Finley threw a punch to the gut of the doubled Delgado. He doubled up and started coughing. "I don't like insurrectionists. You son of a bitches have cost us enough. Now we're covering your asses on some suicide mission?" Delgado staggered back, and Finley stepped forward. Delgado planted his feet and headbutted the man in the face. Finley staggered back now, hand on his bloody nose. "You goddamn..." He didn't get any further. Pilots and an officer surrounded him, pulling him away. "I'm not a damn insurrectionist," Delgado said as he walked by him. One of the other pilots joined him. "He's a bit strung out by all of this." He and Jeffries hit it off pretty quickly. Jeffries was the one who was killed. "Yeah, nice guy, great pilot." Delgado stopped. "I'm sorry to hear about it, but I didn't kill him." The other pilot nodded. "I know, come on." "They're going to get Finley patched up and calmed down. For all his testiness, you can trust him in the air, you understand? But we still should give him some space." Delgado nodded and followed the pilot away. The plan was to have the Midsummer Night come in fast at Metisset's upper atmosphere, then decelerate by aerobraking. Once the friction in the atmosphere had slowed them down, the ODSTs and Spartans would be released. The Midsummer Night would boost up and out again, and loop back around to settle into orbit, so that the Pelicans could retrieve the ground forces. But there was a good chance, Delgado knew, that even if they were successful, if the Spartans and the ODSTs took too long, they would still be on the surface as the evacuated parts of the rubble came down. Then Delgado wouldn't be needed at all. The deck of the Midsummer Night vibrated. The ship had left its berth at El Quidad and was accelerating towards Metisset. Here we go, thought Delgado. Chapter 60. Midsummer Night, en route to Metisset, 23 Labray. Keyes was back on the bridge of the Midsummer Night, but this time he sat in the commander's chair. He hadn't thought about saying in a while. Too much was going on. But as they thundered toward Metisset, he wondered what thoughts would have been running through the mind of his friend in this predicament. Zhang had been feared as a suicidal leader, one willing to throw his ship against any covenant. An unfair assessment. Keyes knew this. And ironic, because here Keyes was, now, throwing his own ship and crew at this mission, which might have the same result. He promoted Dante curtly to ops. Riley remained on weapons. Junior officer, lieutenant 2nd grade Jason Burt managed comms. And Keyes had navigation rerouted to the commander's chair because what they were about to do was beyond tricky. "How are you doing on your end, Juliana?" Keyes asked. "Slinging mass and burning fuel, Lieutenant." All throughout the rubble, docking tubes had been severed as the last of the occupants pushed their way through. Deputies with bullhorns shouted and directed traffic toward their exodus habitat. But so did every computing device in the rubble. They'd all been taken over by Juliana and were blaring the needs for evacuation. She'd shown Keyes some of the organized chaos. "I just took out the 5 Kigyar communication relays," she reported. She'd used the last of their mass drivers to fire hyperkinetic slugs of metal at each of them. Now Kigyar comms were down to just line of sight. And here comes those annoying Kigyar ships that had been hovering around. Keyes smiled. It was a small trap for the Jackals, knowing that they would move in. Rebel ships with missiles were lurking around the mass drivers with ambushes. Juliana fed Keyes grainy video showing sparks of fire and tracers lighting up in the vacuum, and the resulting return fire of plasma and Kigyar and rebel ships fought out over the mass drivers. "Where's the infinite spoils?" Keyes asked. That was the one he was the most nervous about. The Jackal ship could match his frigate from what he had been able to see while aboard it. "Keeping back, you said there were Sangheili aboard it?" Juliana asked. "We saw elites, yes," Keyes replied. "While we were retreating." A screen popped up on the arm of his chair, showing him a diagram of where the ship lurked. It was moving towards several of the larger habitats now, thankfully abandoned. The screen jumped to video showing plasma ripping apart the large asteroids and boiling the rocks as clouds of air bursts along the slagged metal. Hopefully destroying those parts of the rubble would keep the monster at bay until Keyes was done. Then he looked forward to engaging it. He shut the views down and brought up Metisset. "Good luck, Juliana," Keyes said. The decoupled habitats that Juliana commanded were trailing far behind Midsummer Night on a separate trajectory. The rubble trailed behind Hesiod in the same orbit around the sun as the gas giant, and Metisset orbited Hesiod. That meant that soon Metisset would disappear behind Hesiod from the point of view of the rubble. Keyes was rushing to catch Metisset even as this happened. He signaled to Juliana a direct line of sight signal was failing even now as Hesiod's stormy atmosphere began to get between them. Juliana's trajectory was different. The pieces of the rubble under her command were much slower. She was moving them forward from their trailing point behind Hesiod to a point where Metisset would be when it came out from behind the asteroid, the Hesiod orbit. To be strict about it, the rubble would rain down upon Metisset instead of Metisset's orbit would swing the moon around Hesiod at breakneck speed right into the pieces that Juliana had jockeyed into place. The effect, however, would be the same. The redoubt would be destroyed, as if they all did their work. Keyes had the frigate moving so fast at this point it was shaking. The reactor could be close to overheating, yet no one breathed a word about it. How hard they were pushing this ship, they all knew they needed each additional second. "ODSTs ready?" Keyes asked. "Standing by," Lieutenant Kirtley reported. "Aero braking in 4 minutes. Everyone strap in and hold on." The Midsummer Night was in the shadows of the moon now, streaking toward it like an arrow toward a bullseye. Keyes could see the swirls and outlines of the moon in the clouds. It grew over the next minutes until it filled the cockpit with its strange orange and red-hued light. Keyes was aiming his ship deep into the thick atmosphere, counting on the immense friction to slow the Midsummer Night down. He timed this down to the millisecond, run it by Juliana, and now all he could do was let the ship's computer continue with the course and hope. They'd all picked up Jackal contacts, but they'd approached too fast for them to engage. They'd run right through the cordon before the Kigyar even realized they were there. "Aero braking," Keyes shouted. They hit Metisset's atmosphere and the ship began to buck and pitch. A junior officer standing by was thrown clear across the bridge. "I gave orders to strap in, damn it," Keyes snarled as the young man grabbed someone's chair. His arm bent at an impossible angle, his face bloodied. "You're endangering this crew." The man crawled away and got himself to a safe place and strapped in, moaning loudly due to his new injuries. A fireball grew around the frigate, heating up as it continued to thunder through the high atmosphere of Metisset. Deck plates creaked and groaned as they readjusted. Keyes glanced at the readouts. They were losing speed dramatically. They were also losing hull integrity. The friction was burning off the plates every second. Keyes tapped the screen. A second set of preloaded routines sprung into effect. Thrusters fired now, slowing them down even further. He glanced at the topographical map of Metisset that Juliana had uploaded to his computer. 1 minute, he shouted. They're closing in on the redoubt. They would be moving fast when they shot the ODSTs out. He could only hope the pods and their bodies could handle what came next. He didn't know of anyone who'd attempted dropping ODSTs in a maneuver such as this. The seconds ticked by as he waited. A hull breach alarm sounded, and Keyes looked over at curtly. Hull abrasions, no serious structural damage, within expectations, he said. The aero braking had lost them a lot of the hull, but the ship would continue to hold. The ODSTs are going in 10, Keyes said. He tapped the console and gave the operation his authorization. The Midsummer Night's computers took care of the rest, spitting the ODSTs out from a bay like bombs being dropped on an enemy city. Keyes watched them fall away like dangerous black spores on another screen, then looked up as emergency klaxons went off. Covenant anti-aircraft fire, Rayleigh shouted. Teardrop of contained plasma rose to meet the ship. Keyes turned off the thrusters and slammed on the main engines. All ahead full, he thought, with grimace, as plasma grazed the sides of the ship. The Midsummer Night shuddered and clawed its way along, struggling to escape the moon's gravity and getting back into orbit. "Come on, girl," Keyes found himself muttering quietly to the ship. "You can do it." Chapter 61. The Redoubt, Matisset, 23 Labray. Jai felt the Soyev slam against him as it fired rockets to reach a sane velocity right before it slammed into the ground. The front popped off, and Jai stepped out onto the surface of Matisset with his battle rifle up. 4 more Soyevs had already hit the ground around him. 2 ODSTs stumbled out, but 1 fell to his knees. "Shit, I can't even see straight," he muttered over the comm channel. Can the chatter, Jai said. They had a brutal launch from the ship and a rough journey down, filled with Covenant anti-aircraft fire picking them all off one at a time, and even Jai had been slightly rattled by the whole experience. But they were in enemy territory now, and they needed to get sharp and quick. They had 4 hours of air strapped to their backs, with rebreathers and tanks. They needed to get this mission wrapped up as fast as possible. The air was thick and red, and a similar eerie red fog covered everything around them. Jai continued to look around. They'd landed within a mile of their target, the spire-like buildings along the banks of the methane river that housed the sensor equipment capable of spotting the rubble. On Juliana's map, it hadn't looked so imposing, Jai thought. "We launched with 3 Shivas," Jai radioed. "Tell me at least one of them managed to make it down." He glanced at their ID pips briefly to get their names. Mataku was yanking on the front of the Soyev. The front popped loose and a fully suited ODST fell out. Jones ate it. The other hell jumper. Adams yanked the other pod open. "Your bomb, sir." Jai ran over. "Good." He glanced around. The other Soyev pods must have landed all over the damn place. They were the only ones out of the 15 supposed to hit here. They'd have to do. Jai dragged the Shiva free from the pod. A foldable frame with wheels came loose as he yanked on it. "Form up," Jai grunted. From the strain of shoving the frame under the large missile, once underneath it, he pressed a button and the wheels deployed. With the 2 Marines covering his flank, Jai started pulling the nuclear warhead towards the building. Mataku opened fire, and Jai looked over to his right to see 2 Ungoi stumble to the ground, now dead. A head more materialized. Jai gunned them down as well, realizing that they were only lightly armored. "We caught them off guard," Matuku observed. "They're carrying pistols." "Good for us," Jai said. "Keep moving." More Ungoi grunts came now. A fast frontal assault in 2 waves of 10. Jai picked them off as Matuku and Adams held off attacks from the sides. They sprinted for the building's door, which Jai kicked down. He threw a grenade inside and ducked as a cloud of debris flew out over him. 3 Kigyar hid behind energy shields in the far corner of the room. Jai left the Shiva behind and took cover around the nearest corner. Matuku and Adams got the Jackal's attention with a burst of rifle fire. Jai threw a grenade behind them as they turned to shield themselves from the blast, and Jai picked them off the wall. "We need to clear this building," Jai said. "We'll hold the door," Adam said. Jai ran down the hallway from which the jackals had come. He turned a corner and found himself face to face with another. He'd swept the butt of his rifle up without a second thought, and caught it in the chin. The alien flew backwards in a spray of purple blood. Jai barely slowed down with his run. He got up a set of ramps without anything getting in his way, but as he started moving from room to room, he found plenty of grunts inside. They were armed with plasma pistols. Jai hardly bothered keeping account. He just moved from one room to the next, as a big gray killing machine. Within 15 minutes, he'd swept the entire building. The rest of the upper floors looked to be just equipment. If any grunts were hiding up there now, they were covering themselves up and cowering away not to be present to a problem. He sprinted back to the foyer where the two hell jumpers waited. "How are we looking?" Adam sighted down his rifle. A handful of grunts made a run at the door. "We dropped them, but I think there are a lot more out there gearing up in some way." The building was half a mile upstream from hundreds of thousands of grunts waiting to board hundreds of jackal ships. Jai curled his lips at the thought of so many grunts attacking. They wouldn't need weapons. They could just throw themselves at the team. "There'll be more," he said. Satisfied they had the situation under control, he pulled the Shiva down the corridor. He'd spotted a thick door leading to what looked like a maintenance room. He kicked the door in and smiled. A whole room of Covenant junk. Consoles, chairs, screens. He wheeled the Shiva into the heart of the room and pulled the cart out, smashing it to uselessness so the Shiva could not be moved again. "Jai, they're pressing hard," Matuku radioed over the sound of the plasma fire striking nearby. Battle rifles clattered. "Maybe 100 grunts this time." "On my way soon," Jai promised. He shoved Covenant junk up against the Shiva after checking the readout in the front. The timer said they had 2 hours before Pelicans could be back to rescue them. Once he had the Shiva covered, he left it, closing the heavy door behind him. Stowed, "Our present is away." Adams asked for the side of the entrance. Jai held his rifle up and scanned the murk outside. A lot of dead Ungoi lay out in the mist now. "We're safe for now," he said. "Now we stay put until the anti-aircraft guns go down." An explosion at this distance made them jump. "Well, there goes one," Jai said, checking the ammo with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 62. The Redoubt, Matisset, 23 Libre. Adriana opened her eyes inside the HEV. How long had she been out? The HEV had slammed into the building before the retro rockets had finished their full burn, bringing it to a near stop. It had bounced down the side and hit the ground head first, crumpling badly. She'd been knocked out by the impact. In the dark, she could tell if her vision was okay, but she had a raging headache and what felt like whiplash. She slapped the cover eject switch to expose the bolts on the cover and exposed the bolts on the cover thudded. It hardly moved an inch, but now streams of orange light came on all around the cracks between the cover and the pod. The HEV was face down on the ground. Adriana swore. She pulled her knees up, forcing herself back against the restraints and the padding, compressing it to get her feet under her. The knees of her armor ground and scraped against the cover, but she finally planted her feet. Then she pushed the entire HEV up, lifting it onto her shoulders. She heaved it to one side where it landed, without restraint, facing the sky. It would have been a lot easier had it landed like that, she thought. She looked around. Oh, tens of thousands of grunts turned to face her now, ripples of activity passing through their ranks like wind through tall grass. Since nothing had initially popped out of the pod, they'd ignored it, and it continued to line up and board the giant troop carrier that awaited them in the plaza. Adriana was supposed to land outside the redoubt, close to one of the anti-aircraft emplacements. Not here. Shit! She dove back into the HEV as plasma pistol shots struck the sides. The HEV held a little bit of the rocket fuel to allow soldiers to use them to easily drop over to a new location. But that required them to be standing up. In this position, they were designed to land. Adriana triggered the emergency burst with the HEV lying flat anyway, and the HEV took off across the mile-long plaza. It plowed through grunts who flew overhead in sprays of bright blue blood, constantly thumping and shivering as they made its way through the tightly packed masses. The engines finally sputtered and stopped, and the HEV ground to a halt over an icy rock. Adriana vaulted out and ducked behind it with her battle rifle at the ready, yanking her rocket launcher out with her other hand. She was out of the main mass of grunts. Those still hovering could decide whether to chase her or continue boarding the vessels. A massive purple stain gap in the center of the Ungwe formation indicated the path that the HEV had rocketed through. Some hundreds of grunts finally peeled off to make a run at her. Adriana fired a short, controlled burst, watching wave after wave of grunts stumble forward and die. There were so many. She was quickly running out of ammunition now, and hundreds of outraged grunts had drawn their pistols and started a second assault on her position. Just not enough ammo, she thought, checking her heads-up display, and she didn't want to use the rockets. Those were her last resort. Screw it. This was the last resort. It was her against a moon full of grunts. She popped up with the launcher on her shoulder and unleashed everything she had before ducking back for cover. As the plasma boiled with rocket fire, she looked for blips on her heads-up display. Some of the signals were of HEVs that were weapons caches, dropped alongside the regular HEVs. She needed one of those right now. She spotted one just a half a mile away. Adriana threw the empty rocket launcher away and dashed from the large open grounds of grunts before they could regroup. She grinned as she approached the larger, bulky HEV that had struck into the side of one of the many tall structures that ringed the plaza. The Jackals had just grounded ships and turned them into buildings by connecting them, almost as ramshackle and bizarre as the rubble, she thought, as she ripped the cover off of the HEV. A quad bike almost fell out on top of her. A mongoose? She whispered. Useless. The four-wheeled ATV just meant for biking to targets. Several grunts rounded one of the arches in the building. Adriana picked the mongoose up by the handlebars, using it as a shield, and then ran into the small group, slamming the grunts into the ground with it. The mongoose worked well as a weapon, a giant four-wheeled hammer that she used to crush 3 or more grunts and explosions of purple blood, until the wheels had all bounced off. The chassis was now warped, and had finally snapped. Adriana tossed the ruined machine away. Her muscles would pay for that later, but for now, there was so much adrenaline, too much for her to notice. In the distance, a long line of grunts moved through the mist and buildings towards her. She checked her ammo and prepared for the onslaught just as a distant explosion caught her attention. They needed all of the anti-aircraft emplacements knocked out. They needed it more than they needed some extra dead grunts. No matter how many she killed, they just kept coming at her. She needed to think smarter. Adriana sprinted for the distant river of methane, visible by the fog banks created by the waterfall as it hit the warm grounds of the redoubt. Plasma fire hit the rocks near her, kicking up streams of molten splashes that stained her armor. Adriana ran faster than she had ever run before in training or in battle. This was her staying smart. She needed to find a way to rendezvous with the ODSTs trying to take out the second emplacement. In the dense fog, she had slowed down a little bit, but it gave her a chance to catch her breath. The motion tracker in her heads-up display, overwhelmed at this point, cleared and showed only friendlies. 4 hell jumpers were pinned at a riverbank behind their HEVs by a mass of grunts. Adriana ran up behind them. What's the situation? 2 jackal snipers, lots of grunts. Every time we try to break out of the fog and make a run for the anti-aircraft gun, they pick us off. You have the charges ready for the anti-aircraft gun? Adriana asked. Who's placing them? One of the hell jumpers raised a hand. Dobie took one in the head on the third attempt, but I can place them. There were supposed to be 16 of you. Adriana pulled up the near-empty magazine of her battle rifle and slapped a fresh one in. 10 of us made it down. We lost 6 to get up to the damn thing. Adriana looked up at the boiling banks of the orange-lit mists. Large boulders and ice and rock on the edge of the redoubt made it good for hiding places, both in the mist and out of it. Let's stop at 5 attempts to charge that gun, shall we? I'll take point. She wasn't sure how much longer she could keep this pace up. She could feel her blood pounding since the moment she'd stood up, surrounded by the sea of enemies. She realized now that she almost went out in a blaze of glory, until she spotted the river and then came to her senses. But she was still struggling to think clearly, and not merely react. She took a pair of large stones and threw them out right where the boundary of the mist ended. 2 sharp bursts of plasma immediately vaporized them. That was enough for Adriana to pinpoint where the shots came from. Adriana tossed a pair of grenades in high arc, one right after the other, using the strength to get them higher than any normal human could toss them. She counted off 2 seconds, then radioed on me. The sprint through the mist took another several seconds. She dodged waist-high pieces of rock as she made her attack. Just as she was about to burst out of the mist, a good 15 feet ahead of the hell jumpers, struggling to keep up with her, 2 grenades exploded behind a pair of boulders, where she figured the snipers were taking cover. It was all the distraction she needed to cover the ground to the first jackal boulder. The jackal was already turning to face her when Adriana brushed the long Covenant weapon he held aside and struck him. Adriana grabbed the jackal by his feet, whipping him around until she found a boulder and banished him against it. The jackal died in a huge spasm, its spine pulverized against the rocks, its suit leaking in the air. Rock exploded around her, and she dove behind another boulder. 3 grunts rounded upon her, and Adriana used the last of her precious ammo for 3 headshots, taking a deep breath before each one to center her aim. She hardly noticed their grazing plasma fire. A grenade explosion from the other sniper position got her attention. Adriana sprinted around another boulder, rifle up and at the ready, and found a hell jumper finishing the sniper off with his handgun. The silvered faceplate turned to look up at her. All clear, the hell jumper radioed. One of them had gotten hit by a sniper as they'd rushed the position, but the hell jumper with the charges was still on his feet, rising over the haze and the boulders by the river, where the large tripod legs of the Covenant anti-aircraft batteries. Adriana pointed. Get that thing rigged ASAP, soldier. You 2 follow me. We're creating a perimeter. He rigs it, we hold it. She bent over the dead hell jumper for his extra ammo magazines, and before she stood back up, tapped his helmet. Okay, gentlemen, let's do this. We have an hour before the Pelicans return. They fanned out into the boulders, watching for more grunts and more jackals. Chapter 63. Delgado avoided looking over at his co-pilot. He didn't want the UNSC pilot seeing the pale look of fear on his face as they buckled in and kicked their way through the thick atmosphere of Metisset. Keyes had come at the moon fast, used its soupy atmosphere to burn off their speed, then sped back into orbit to loop back around and drop the Pelicans off. 7 smaller Kigyar ships had come after them, but most of the troop carriers that had lifted off of Metisset were staying well clear of the frigate. The Kigyar ships attacking them were small, but then so was the frigate. Keyes was drawing them off away from the drop zone. It was mostly working. As long as the anti-aircraft guns didn't fire when Delgado and the other 5 Pelicans came over the redoubt, this insane and highly fragile plan would work. Delgado watched as the clouds parted and slammed his Pelican hard right to avoid the massive Kigyar troop ships climbing up away from the complex. He wobbled back on course, looking over to the right to see another Pelican with a sheared tail diving and tumbling its way toward the ground. That was Finley, someone radioed. Delgado came in low over the remains of the aircraft emplacements with a smile and touched down in front of the large spire-like building. The other Pelicans made similar flare-outs and landed all in a row. He fumbled for a second when trying to find the switch to lower the ramp, but the co-pilot was already on it. The moment the ramp hit the ground, boots stomped their way up into the Pelican. Delgado turned around to see both Spartans standing behind him. Their armor was hardly recognizable, dented, carbon-burned, peeling, and flaking from the heat of plasma and abuse. They looked as if they'd fought through hell itself, Delgado thought. Hell jumpers snapped themselves in along the sides of the bay. Several hung out the back of the Pelican, firing back at a solid mass of Ungoi who started to flood the area. Plasma filled the air and slapped the sides of the Pelican. The Spartans looked back, then tapped Delgado over the shoulder. "That's everybody. Let's go. Go, go, go." He heard Jai yell over the radio. "The Shiva has 10 minutes. Delgado had the time up on the counter in his heads-up display. He knew damn well how much time they had. He rammed the engines up to full and pulled out over the redoubt, moving upriver as fast as he could, as hell jumpers fired the last few bursts from the closing ramps. Once well clear of the redoubt, and with the cabin pressurized, Delgado began slowly spiraling his climb up with the other 4 Pelicans. A giant flash of light filled the inside of the Pelican in the distance as the Shiva went off. As the initial blast faded, they could see the plumes of the explosion reaching up into the skies, slowly turning it into a giant mushroom. Then Delgado slow spiral took it completely out of sight. Chapter 64. The Redoubt Matisset 23 Libre. Reth sat at the table as a healer checked him over. He'd been inside a command center when the massive explosion occurred, and since many of the Kigyar ships grounded to make the skeleton of the Redoubt were fighting ships, he was therefore well shielded. He'd been safe, but he'd gotten a high dose of radiation now. The healer left him with pills to take, and Reth stalked his way up to the enclosed balcony carved out of the large airlock. The Redoubt was a mess. It was a good thing they were moving out to take the rubble, he thought. Rebuilding this would be expensive. There were Ungoi leaders wanting to see him, shocked by the damage the humans had done, and wondering what it meant for the timeline they had in mind for their continuing development of Matisset as a world for themselves. Reth growled. Humans. When the prophets set him on this task, Reth had done it too, raise his profile. And that was what he needed to do as a Kigyar. He'd also enjoyed the guilty pleasures of working with the humans. Their profit-minded goals and Kigyar-like love of trade and smuggling and piracy had meshed. He'd been slightly disappointed to have to destroy all of the humans throughout the rubble as the endgame of his grand experiment. Now, though, he wondered if the prophets weren't right. The humans were unconscionable reprobates, too dangerous to let live. The prophets' call for their extermination was starting to make sense to him. Reth looked forward to taking the rubble, even more now, and then to getting the Exodus and the location of the homeworld on it. He'd happily burn it all for the prophets now. Reth left the balcony and donned a long cloak, his air supply for the walk across the plaza, and a pair of plasma pistols. He walked out into the plasma where droves of terrified Ungoi now stood. They'd all been dosed with anti-radiation meds. Many had died in the blast, but Reth had had those bodies bulldozed away and cleared the way for the Ungoi waiting in the lower warrens to line up and get aboard the troop carriers. He had lost only a few thousand to this bomb, thankfully, as the communications and scanning stations miles upstream of the core of the Redoubt Plaza. It was time to repay the humans for their deeds, he thought, as he walked toward the shuttle and several of his senior Kigyar officers. Ungoi were shaking and looking up into the sky. It was growing brighter. Reth stopped and looked up. Giant fireballs were streaking down now, growing larger and larger. The humans had taken out the anti-aircraft batteries and his ability to see this coming. He ran for the shuttle, shoving frightened Ungoys aside. "Go," he screamed at his pilot as he entered the cockpit. "Get off of the ground." The shuttle fired its engines and started to rise, and Reth saw the first giant mound of rocks slam into the redoubt. But where had they come from, he wondered, as the shockwave threw the shuttle aside and dashed it against the side of one of the larger buildings. The wreckage of the shuttle slid to the ground, and debris rained against the rocks down below. A dazed Reth looked up, and through the cracked glass of the shuttle, he stared directly at one of the large fireballs of plummeting metal right at him. It was irregularly shaped, he thought, with large docking collars sticking out of one side, melting away into slag and heat as it deformed them. A piece of the rubble, he realized, just before it struck, vaporizing everything in an immense release of hyperkinetic energy and destruction. Chapter 65. Matisset, Orbit 23 Libre. Thel looked at the glowing, cratered remains of the redoubt from orbit. Nothing remains of Reth's fleet. There's no sign of Reth himself either. A stillness descended on the bridge of the infinite spoils as both Zar and Thel contemplated the destruction of the humans and the rot on Matisset. And now, what, Shipmaster? Zar asked. "We have destroyed prime targets in the rubble. The rest has dashed itself against Matisset." Thel looked at the Ungoy working for them and thought about Saul brooding somewhere deep inside of the ship. "Some might say if we had done our mission well, Zar. Do you think the prophets will believe it when they arrive?" Zar looked at him, his mandibles flexing slightly, as if tasting the air for clues as to what Thel might want as an answer. His once proud mind had become erratic in the face of the idea that the hierarchs may have had differing goals, and that they'd gotten caught in the middle of some machination between the prophets of regret and truth. Thel knew that saying Helion demanded they rise above all of this. He cleared his throat. Reth's invasion fleet is in disarray. The hierarchs will not be happy if we stand here and let the last of humanity escape with the location of Earth and the only chance of these loyal Ungoy here to live. Thel looked at the Ungoy on the bridge as they paid close attention to him, without looking directly at him. So, maybe saying Healy could play politics, Thel thought to himself, or at least set aside the desire for direct combat for a bit, despite the fact it coursed through their blood. "What do you mean?" Zar said. "The hierarchs want loyal subjects and true believers," Thel said. "I cannot imagine what would happen to all of these surviving Ungoy if they do not try to take that asteroid in which the humans are trying to evacuate the system with." Ungoy eyes balefully watched Thel place Thel's pace on the bridge, and Zar coughed. "Their lives would be all forfeit," Thel nodded. "They would indeed." He turned to the Ungoy in the room. "Tell your surviving brothers to board the Exodus asteroid. We will provide cover for the action. But then stand clear. That human ship is too much of a match for this ungainly Kigyar boat." He walked over and shut off the screen, showing the ruins of the redoubt. "The Ungoy will take the asteroid or die trying. If the hierarchs were to let any of them live, there was no option." Zar got up and walked over to Thel. "If the illustrious hierarchs cannot give us an agreement on these things, what else do they disagree on? And what else might just be prophet manipulation, Shipmaster?" Thel grabbed Zar's arm, and Zar growled. But Thel looked into his fellow Sangheili eye and whispered, "Such thinking lines the path to heresy. Do not indulge in it." Zar pulled free, and he left the bridge. Chapter 66. Habitat Exodus, the rubble, 23 Libre. From the moment the evacuation protocols had blared into life, Carl Simon's day had been a blur of tubes and long lines, waiting to board the habitat he'd never heard of until just today. And it was a habitat that was going to jet them toward a new system away from their homes, a home that was now under attack, and it reminded him of the day that the Covenant attacked Madrigal. The same nervous lines of people, hushed rumors, and fear hung in the air. At the very end, Carl had been shuttled to the Exodus in a cramped supply freighter. He'd looked out the pilot's windows and seen the craters and the pitted surface that looked like a tiny moon. The Exodus was 6 miles, a potato-like asteroid, with a diameter of 2 miles. The freighter was a fleck of dust compared to it, and the Exodus filled the windows as far as they could see as they approached it. "We did this," Carl had thought with a momentary flash of pride. He'd been hustled to what felt like a stadium near the core of the ship, moving through miles and miles of corridors, following instructions on a card that had been handed to him in a shuttle. 100,000 other refugees there, murmuring and echoing around the walls and the ceilings. All had assigned chairs that matched numbers on their cards. But now, the moment Carl sat, an usher appeared. "Carl Simon?" "Yes." "Volunteer for the Rubble Defense Force?" "Yes." Carl had signed up during the early days of the Rubble, when they'd been looking over their shoulders every day, expecting the Covenant to return. "Come with me." The usher led Carl out of the rows of chairs with restraints, where everyone else was being ordered to buckle up. Outside, the usher pointed down a corridor. "Follow this all the way to the end. They need you there." It was a mile, which Carl walked as fast as he could, slightly out of breath the entire way, until he finally reached an open bay near the front of the asteroid where 30 men with rifles and handguns stood guarding an entrance. A grizzled old miner looked at him up and down. "Volunteer defense?" "Yeah." "You have verification in hand-to-hand combat and firearm training?" Carl nodded, and the miner handed Carl a data pad and a handgun. "We have an estimate, 3,000 Ungoi who've managed to get inside. More expected. You're drafted. The doors behind us lead to the control center, the bridge, and the Exodus. Aliens do not get past here, do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Carl said, and took up position just as the door started to shake. "What the hell is that?" one of the other men shouted, holding a machine gun up, as the 7-foot-tall man in gray armor turned the corner. They all stared at a half-ton of armor-clad human walking up to them. "I have something the bridge crew needs," he said, and held up a small black chip casing in his gauntleted hand. "Mind letting me through?" The Rubble Defense Force stepped aside, one of the large miners politely holding the door open for the giant, armor-clad soldier as he walked by. Chapter 67. Midsummer night, near Habitat Exodus 23 Libre. The bridge crew of the Exodus, Habitat hailed the midsummer night. Keyes looked over at Lieutenant Burt on the comms, patched them through. Midsummer night had been covering the slow flight out to the edges of the system to prepare for the slipspace jump for almost a day now. Ungoi and Kigyar freighters had dodged and harassed them the whole way, pockmarking the surface of the asteroid and the occasional scoring hits on the frigate, but unable to stop them. The desperate grunt boarding parties left Keyes nervous. He'd had to make a snap decision to have the Spartans hand over the nav data, but all indications were that the Rubble defense fighters were keeping the grunts pinned down, and more importantly, well clear of the cockpit. The grunts with their methane tanks and nowhere to go once the Exodus entered slipspace would eventually choke to death. Keyes had decided the 1,000,000 lives were worth this small risk. They'd been enough colonists' deaths by now, and all caused by the Covenant so far. It was time to rescue some of them. He had no idea of what trouble might lie ahead for him from this decision, but the lives saved would be well worth it. They were far now enough out into space to enter slipspace. An engineer appeared, his overalls dirty, bags under his eyes. "Lieutenant Keyes, I apologize, but the Security Council has insisted that I contact you." "The Rubble Council?" Keyes had almost forgotten about them at this point. What's wrong? The Exodus will not be able to make the trip. We don't have the range and engine power. We expected more time to bring more engines online. With the Covenant fleet supposed to arrive, we have to go with what we have now. And what we have now, well, they'll burn out, or if we make lots of small jumps, it will literally take centuries to cross the galaxy from where Covenant or UNSC people would ever dare to venture, as we originally planned. The man looked defeated. The council knows, Keyes asked. Yes, they're debating what to do. The engineer looked down at the floor. But the Exodus can make a journey, just not as far as originally intended, Keyes conferred. The council didn't want to return to the colonies. Would they be hard-headed enough to risk Exodus and everyone on it to try and leave the Covenant and colonies behind anyway? Yes, the engineer met his eyes. Keyes realized the engineer was worried about the same thing. Put me through to the council, Keyes ordered. He thought about it the last time that he'd given a speech. Forget trying to sound stirring, he thought. Just lay it out. His duty was to convince the council to head toward the inner colonies now. It was their best chance for survival. The screen filled with the members of the Security Council. The rubble wasn't working as a technocracy right now, not while being herded into their spots all through the Exodus asteroid. This was their leadership, and Keyes had to influence it. Hello, I'm Lieutenant Keyes of the Midsummer Night, he said, with a faint grin. He locked his arms behind him. It was a classroom habitat, and it would keep him from reaching the pipe in his pocket, which he had found sitting with his belongings, thankfully untouched. I'm a fighting man, but as a commander of this ship, I know something about holding people's lives in my hands. I won't bullshit around. You have enough engine power to reach the inner colonies quickly, where there will be some measure of protection and access to resources. The other option is to risk a slow, long journey out to a destination that has neither, but in which you retain your own power. I don't know what the UNSC will do, and I can't guarantee that all of you with insurrectionist ties will be given a pass. But remember, you have 1,000,000 lives you're deciding for. 1,000,000 lives who could make the difference in the future fight against these bastard aliens who destroyed the rubble. Unless you choose to let the Covenant win. Keyes looked at all of them, and Maria Escoval stood up. We took a voice, she said, before you called. Keyes sucked in his last breath. She quirked a faint smile. We're aiming to reach the 18 Scorpi system. If you would escort us, Lieutenant. Of course, Keyes said. Make random jumps out until we're clear of the asteroid of grunts. We want to make sure not a single one remains alive before we turn toward the inner colonies. His after-action report was going to be damning enough, showing up with an asteroid full of evidence. Well, Keyes figured he'd be spending time behind bars again soon, but he wouldn't turn his back on 1,000,000 lives. He couldn't leave them for the Covenant. Not this time. Not again. Maria nodded. We have teams combining Exodus thoroughly. No, teams combing Exodus thoroughly. Keyes waited until the screen flickered off, then looked around at the bridge crew. It's still tricky, he said. Don't let those breaths out. We have to hope Petya's computers can keep us all in sync. Actually, said a voice from the back of the bridge, we ditched Petya. The Spartan at the back pulled off his helmet. It was Mike. He held out the chip. This, what I think it is, Keyes asked. Nav charts. Mike sat down by Keyes' old console. I ran simulations on sinking our two ships. The odds weren't good. Made more sense to dump the freighter. I pressed your crew into service. We offloaded a lot more useful cargo into your bay. We also cut loose a couple of Pelicans to make some room. Keyes raised an eyebrow. And I authorized this when? Mike plugged the nav data in, dumping star charts and information into the ship computers. I took some liberties. Time was short when you showed up. Giant Adriana lent a hand. They're still stowing things. A good price for the data. Losing just a couple of pelicans, Lieutenant Keyes, don't you think? Keyes straightened out his back, holding his private smile. Don't ever try to run my ship for me again. The Spartan did not reply, but plugged in a random vector out of the system. We're going in the same direction. I carried these personally on a disc from ship to this one. Can't be intercepted. Will you give the order? Keyes looked out into space through the window of his new bridge. Send them the signal. Engage the slip space drives. All across Exodus, engines flickered to life, and the asteroid struggled its way into slip space, ripping and clawing through a hole in the universe. It was ungainly, but the asteroid managed it, and Midsummer Night followed, leaving behind the remains of the rubble. Chapter 68. Metisset, Orbit 23 Librae. Bonifacio drifted into orbit around Metisset, the batteries on his pod now close to death, and condensation dripping from the portholes. He'd seen the destruction of the redoubt from orbit, the asteroids raining down upon the atmosphere. Since then, things had become quiet. The air was getting thick inside the pod, and it was hard to breathe. Occasionally he heard the Kigyar voices on the radio, sometimes fast Ungoid chatter, but none of them would respond to his calls for help. Not even calls back to the rubble had been answered this time. He'd pleaded and begged, and even offered rewards, but had gotten only static back. He sat in place, hugging his chest, when a loud pipping sound caught his attention. Bonifacio moved over and looked at the scans. A bulbous-headed ship had appeared in orbit nearby, expertly dropping out of slip space in a way no human ship could ever. Another flashed into space behind it, and then another, and another. An entire fleet materializing in front of Bonifacio. This would be a new group of Covenant. Ones who hadn't shut him out, Bonifacio thought. He moved to the radio. He'd surrender, yes. He'd be a tool of the Covenant, a slave to them. But he thought that he would live. Yes, he'd live. He'd grab the microphone, and he'd hail the largest cruiser moving nearby, and kept calling it until he saw it change course. Bonifacio's heart skipped. He'd done it. He'd survived. He was going to get picked up. He smiled and he watched the cruiser pick up speed, and then frowned. It was picking up speed still. It was moving so close that he could see it from the windows of his pod, growing larger in every second. A ball of energy gathering underneath the ship. Bonifacio screamed and put his hands up against the slimy, wet porthole as if to ward off the plasma that lashed out and struck the tiny pod. The massive Covenant cruiser plowed through the vaporized remains and then adjusted its orbit. Chapter 69. What a great chapter number. Infinite Sacrifice, Metisset's Orbit, 23 Librae. Thel got to his knees and bowed to the para-hierarchs before him on the bridge of the Infinite Sacrifice. An honor guard of 5 Sangheili arrayed themselves around the floating chairs. "Rise," said the Prophet of Truth. "You ordered the Ungoi to storm the human vehicle after the Kigyareth's death?" "Yes, Hierarch," Thel said. "It was a chance to get the location of the homeworld. But we know now that the Ungoi and the Kigyar that were with them have failed." "How is that?" the Prophet of Regret asked. "Their air would have run out by now." The heavy crowns of the hierarchs bobbed as they considered that. "Indeed," Truth said. "We are left only with the Kigyar who imagined they were helping the humans. At rest orders, potential traitors, all of them. And these Ungoi as well, breeding outside of the law, traveling without permits." Regret shook his head. "A mess. A mess that revealed much," Truth hissed. For a moment, an uncomfortable silence hung in the air. Then Regret nodded at Truth. "We will destroy all of the traitors." Thel felt his neck tighten. He'd failed to appreciate the situation, and now he would pay the ultimate price for his mistakes. The hierarchs would also have his head. Vadam would suffer. His lineage would be suspect. The floor beneath his feet, as if it were wavered, and then fell stiffened. Zar was moving forward. The Sangheili warrior had drawn the bar of his energy sword, but not yet unleashed it. Zar, Thel hissed, horrified. Zar seemed to be struggling with himself. So you will kill us too, Shipmaster, Zar cried out. Like animals? After all we served. How can I suffer such a dishonor, my line's dishonor? The honor guard drew their energy pikes, the ends now shimmering with contained blue plasma. Zar took another hesitant step forward, and Thel pulled out his sword and turned it on Zar. His old friend looked back at him. I have already drawn, he said. I will not stand and let them dishonor me. I have drawn as well, Thel said sadly. Zar leapt forward, but Thel jumped as well, slamming into his side and spearing through Zar, through the throat with his sword. It sizzled and spat Sangheili blood. Thel threw Zar against the wall, then decapitated him with a swift swipe. He stared at the mess of blood and Zar's body, then turned back to the hierarchs, setting his sword down on the ground away from him. What else could have been done, Thel wondered. Zar had forced him into this. To step toward the hierarch with a sword in your hand was madness. Regret looked shaken, but composed himself and piloted his chair out of the large bridge. What madness Sangheili honor can be, he muttered as he left. They should be careful, lest they lose their way. But Truth looked at Thel with analytical eyes. Tell me your name, noble warrior. Thel Vadami, Thel said. Truth moved closer, the honor guard moving with him. You live. Say nothing of what has happened here. Yes, hierarch, Thel said. Report to the shipmaster. He will find you lodging until we return to High Charity. Truth also left the bridge. Thel waited until they were clear, then stood. He didn't look at Zar's body as he walked to the large Sangheili shipmaster to get his instruction. The mission was over, and Thel was grateful. He wanted a ship to command that was part of the fleet, not off on its own, but leading a mission away from the prophets, where the decisions could or could not risk their wrath. Thel Vadami never wanted to be part of this position again. Chapter 70. UNSC frigate ready or not. Outer 18 Scorpii. Commander Arthur Resnick of the frigate Ready or Not was enjoying a routine patrol at the edge of the system of 18 Scorpii. The slow pace gave him time to catch up on his paperwork, and he was scrolling through a datapad full of reports when his navigation officer suddenly stiffened. Sir, Resnick glanced at the screen. What the hell is that? The report showed something huge. It was bearing down on the system in slip space. The scan had been forwarded to them via an early warning sensor net that had been stationed further out of the system. It's got to be Covenant, he said. None of us have anything that heavy. The mass was off the charts. It's 6 miles long, the navigation officer said. She sounded shocked, whatever it is. Send the warning. The planet of Phalak Numa would need to gear up as best as it could. There wasn't much in the way of UNSC Navy here. Phalak Numa mainly served as a base for the section of the Oni Prowler Corps and a handful of frigates. They were going to get overwhelmed pretty quickly if past Covenant encounters were anything to judge by. Resnick cleared his datapad. Get the Mac ready. Bring the reactor to full operational power. Sir, comm stood up. It's broadcasting a UNSC friend or foe tag, the Midsummer Night. Resnick looked over at the navigation. Lieutenant Onika frowned. There's another signature in there. About the right size to be a frigate. Could be a trap. Stand by, but wait for my orders to fire, Resnick said. We stand off and watch this for a moment. Then the massive object dropped into real space, and they finally got a real read on it. A 6-mile-long asteroid, trailing debris, one engine misfiring, and a UNSC frigate trailing it. Comms, open a channel, Resnick ordered. On the screen, a man with navy, short, salt and pepper hair appeared. Ready or not, this is Lieutenant Keyes of the Midsummer Night. We're friendly, do not fire. Keyes grinned. The asteroid is full of refugees from behind Covenant lines. They're all civilians from what was once Madrigal. About 1 million of them. Their air is getting stale. The asteroid has been holed from being shot at, and the engines are critical. We need to get these civilians off the moment they get to a stable orbit. The bridge crew, the Ready or Not, stared at the large asteroid moving beyond them. Someone from the back of the bridge uttered that what was on everyone's mind. Holy shit. Resnick snapped around. All right, let's get on it. Comms, we need to bump this up the chain of command and get the Colonial Administration Authority. Let's get cracking here. There are people's lives at stake. And the bridge exploded into motion as the rescue efforts began. Part 5, Chapter 71. We lost much, the Prophet of Regret said. Truth looked at his fellow hierarch. No, we purged Kigyar and Ungoy who might have caused trouble due to their inclinations to work with the humans. And thanks to the modified weapons, we have found 2 more worlds of theirs to attack. Neither of which will be their homeworld, Regret grumbled. It is progress, Truth said. From their throne room, high up in High Charity. They looked out over the subjects. Streams of other Sanshayum waddled around the city in the air of large rings. Barges of Ungoy flew from point to point, and pilgrims from all throughout the Covenant worlds thronged the streets. We need to be more careful about the Sanghili, Regret said. Honor and nobility might one day get in the way of our orders. Truth glided away from the city scene and into the heart of the chamber, where golden streams of light flashed through the gentle drug smoke haze. Maybe, he said, but some of them seem fiercely loyal and very useful. I value loyalty. Regret grunted. I value results. Then it is good we work together, Truth said, for the good of the Covenant. Regret picked up one of the bowls and inhaled. For the good of the Covenant, yes, in all we do. The 2 hierarchs had resolved the moment of bad blood that had grown between them. Their plans were back in synchronization. For now, Regret thought. For now. Chapter 72. Vadam Keep Yermo Sanghelion. The fleet of particular justice, Locke Vadami asked. The old Sangheli walked along the keep's walls with Thel. Thel had a new shipmaster's cloak that tugged and kicked at him in the cold mountain wind. I have never heard of it. It's a new reorganization of fleets against the Sangheli Councilor's desires. They have given me a cruiser to command with this fleet. A strange new age, Kaidan. Thel looked over Vadam Valley, out toward the distant sea. Stranger than I can dare speak, even when I add my lines to the family saga. But our nobility rises, does it not? Locke asked. For now, Thel replied. But I have seen humans as strong and as fast as any of ours. And I have seen what happens when those who disappoint the prophets. We are Vadam, Locke said. We shall persevere. We shall persevere. Thel started to say something and then paused. Locke had restrained Thel when he'd been among the Keep's young. He'd bruised and kicked Thel, toughened him to be the warrior he was today. He'd taught him the histories, made him learn the sagas, and taught him the reasons. If he could trust Locke to be close and a close advisor, then Thel had no friends and was all alone now in the universe. You must never repeat this, but I saw hierarchs argue with each other, and it cost the lives of many souls, Thel finally said. It is heresy that I cannot shake the worry that it gives me. There is heresy, and then there is heresy, Lack said softly. Thel rested his hands on the stone in front of him. What do you mean by that riddle, Elder Locke? Long ago, our ancestors believed without a doubt that the Forerunner artifacts we found scattered on our world were objects of veneration. We could study and worship them and imagine transcendence. But that was it. To destroy, even take apart the objects was heresy. Whoops. Then came the prophets, who wanted the artifacts to study. They wanted to violate them and explore them. So we fought to prevent the heresy, and both prophets and St. Healy almost perished in the fight. Now we let the prophets do what they will to study these artifacts. Might made heresy change. But what is the true truth? Who knows? Lack shrugged. That is close to heretical, Thel said, looking over his old master. I'm old, St. Healy, Locke said. I have been hit on the head too many times and am easily confused. What do I know of theology? Thel grumbled. We shall persevere then, Elder. Heresies or not, and strive to follow the path. I might even rise above Shipmaster. Hold on 1 second. I dropped my coffee cup on the floor. One more second. Hey, look at that. All better. All fixed. No problems. I'll have to I'll have to mop the floor later with some because now it's got some coffee. So it's okay. Thel grumbled. We shall persevere then, Elder. Heresies or not, and strive to follow the path. I might even rise above just Shipmaster. That's the attitude to take, Kaiden. Enjoy your moments of triumph now. The future will come soon enough. There is no reason to dwell too much on it. Then you will end up an old creature who has spent far too much time worrying. Thel followed Locke down the stairs into the warmth where the elders of the Vadam waited to congratulate him on his success and his promotion. There was much living to do, Thel thought happily, and the warmth of a productive and virile keep to enjoy. Chapter 73. UNSC Local HQ, Phallic Numa, 18 Scorpii. Keyes saluted and stood, ramrod straight, in front of the two men at the table in front of him. Admiral Cole waved at him to sit down. The other man, an Oni agent, slowly flipped through the pages of the report with exaggerated care while Keyes stared at the Admiral, Admiral Cole, the hero of Harvest, the man who dedicated his life to taking the fight to the Covenant. Keyes realized that the slow page turning was theater, but it was working. Keyes was nervous and sweating under his full-dress uniform. This was the part where they busted him back to the classroom. And yet, as he played back all of his actions of the past few weeks, he found himself only a few regrets. He was at peace with himself. In some ways, he'd managed to banish the guilt of not being able to help his sister, dead or trapped somewhere out in the outer colonies, by rescuing these millions. Lieutenant Jacob Keyes, the Oni agent said in a sibilant tone, "Quite a return from your mission." Admiral Cole tapped the table. To begin with, navigational hazards. The Exodus asteroid has been falling apart as it came in, shaking itself to pieces due to resonances the engineering staff had not anticipated from trying to drive a 6-mile-long asteroid through slip space. Once in orbit around Phallic Numa, the emergency scramble to evacuate the nearly 1 million ex-Rubble residents has been a success. But the asteroid had disintegrated shortly after. Phallic Numa now had a ring of debris around it, and the UNSC was using frigates with MAC guns to blow the larger chunks into small enough pieces to burn them in the atmosphere. But that now meant impediments to getting on and off of the planet until everything had deorbited and burned up, which according to experts would take years. Then there's the matter of your dumping an unknown number of insurrectionists on the population. Some have slipped away from the camps. Who knows what and when they will start to come back and bite us, the ONI agent said. Keyes stared straight ahead. Yes, sir. And I've lost one commander, said Admiral Cole. I see, sir. Cole fiddled with his pen. Why, Lieutenant? Keyes looked at him. 1 million civilians, sir, behind enemy lines. I had a duty to do something. Anything, sir. It's a good argument, the Admiral said, much to Keyes' surprise. At ease, Jacob. You did the best you could under some damn horrendous circumstances. You did good. A lot of those millions of civilians are people with experience in dealing with Covenant, which ONI is already putting to good use throughout debriefing. Seems this rubble group is full of pilots. We're getting some recruits out of them, and getting people back from behind enemy lines. Damn it, this is a victory in my book on any day. Keyes couldn't help but be stunned. Thank you, sir. Most important, I see you worked damn hard to keep my protocol in effect. Yes, sir. Good job then, Commander. Thank you, sir. Keyes took the compliment, then paused, and looked back at Admiral Cole, who chuckled, and pushed a set of bars across the table at him. You're promoted, Commander Keyes. We can't let someone who thinks like you get away from us, can we? A few more maneuvers like that, stun on Matisset, and you'll be in the next textbook, not ever teaching them again. Thank you, sir. Midsummer Night is getting a refit, Keyes. You have time to take some leave. Go back home to the home system and see your family. Get healed up and ready for your next round. And then Keyes was dismissed. Outside he found Jai, Adriana, and Mike. I thought you were all under a different branch, he said. We're here to ask for a prowler, Jai said. Think they'll give us one? We needed to get back to work. Mike sighed and folded his massive arms. I say we just take one now and ask for forgiveness later. Keyes smiled. There's going to be more lurking around behind Covenant lines. Couldn't tell you, Adriana said. Have to kill you if we did. Keyes smiled and Jai stood up, towering over him, and extended his hand. It was a pleasure working with you, sir, Jai said. They shook hands, all of them, and then Keyes stepped out. Chapter 74. UNSC Local HQ, Phallic Numa 18 Scorpii. Admiral Cole turned to the man next to him. Men like him will save us, you know. We need more like Keyes. The ONI agent, one Commander Hadley, did not disagree. He looked down at the paperwork in front of him. The Spartans want another prowler. They seem to lose their own on a regular basis. It was Cole's turn not to comment. Eventually, Hadley turned back to his paperwork. The door creaked open, and 1.5 tons of gray-armored Spartan walked in. The three of them stood impassively before the table. We're giving you the prowler, Hadley said, and you're going back in, deeper this time. He tossed them a binder that included the details of the next mission. It doesn't get any easier, and you'll be even further from our lines. The three Spartans were poring over the documents. That's the way we like it, sir, the team leader said. We're Grey Team. Cole imagined them all smiling with excitement of heading back over enemy lines. Chapter 75. UNSC Recruiting Station, Halkia, Phallic Numa. Ignacio Delgado, formerly of the Rubble, now sat slouched in front of a heavy-set Navy recruiter in his full Navy dress uniform. They'd been trading barbs, Delgado getting more bored and irritated with the process, questions about his background, lineage, political affiliations, ideals, etc. It was a lot of bullshit, really, Delgado thought. He'd come back from a funeral for Diego, attended by Rubble refugees, living in tents and temporary housing on Phallic Numa. He'd held Maria as she cried, and halfway through made the decision to come here. He saw the data pad the recruiter had on the table. Trouble with authority had been written down. The recruiter was going through the motions now, not interested in Delgado unless he was looking to become a Marine. They'd give him a gun and some boots, sure, but not a ship. It seemed like it was too late to kiss and make nice with the recruiter, Delgado figured. He was wasting his time now. We'll process this application as soon as possible, then, the recruiter finally said, sensing Delgado's desire to leave. But before he could turn to the next person in line, a man in a black uniform sidled up beside the recruiter and flashed identification. Commander Hadley, sir, what brings ONI agents out to a simple recruiting station? Hadley looked down at the recruiter, then at Delgado. He does, he pointed at Delgado. He picked up the data pad and tapped it on the screen. Mr. Delgado has no love for the Covenant. Do you, Mr. Delgado? Delgado shook his head. Nope. No, I don't. The ONI officer smiled. Well, welcome to the Navy then, Mr. Delgado. You'll be picked up from one of the refugee camps here in 2 days. Get your effects in order by then. The recruiter's mouth was wide open. Sir, this man's background check came back with ties to known. How many recruits do you get who fought one-on-one with the Covenant or ship-to-ship? Commander Hadley asked the recruiter. But his psych profile is... Oh, I'm sure Mr. Delgado will have a life-altering experience while at boot camp. In fact, I already have an instructor in mind for him. And if Mr. Delgado doesn't wash out, well then there's an ONI prowler with a spot on it for him. You won't wash out, will you, Mr. Delgado? Delgado looked up at him. It would make too many people happy for me to even consider it. Commander Hadley laughed. So why are you joining, Mr. Delgado? I'd like to shoot some Covenant ships, Mr. ONI man. Hadley turned to the recruiter. See, he's perfect. I like him already. I'm not in the Navy until I sign, right? Delgado said. Right, the recruiter said. Delgado slowly flipped the ONI officer the bird and then pressed his thumbprint to the data pad. Be seeing you around, Mr. Delgado. Hadley walked away. You could bet on it, Delgado called after him. How much is left? 1 page? Chapter 76. Officers' Apartments, Mare Insularum, Luna. When Keyes opened the door to his apartment on Luna, he found Miranda inside watching a hologram of an old naval battle. He radioed ahead to tell her she could leave the dorms and head home before he got there. Tall, square-rigged ships lumbered around the center of the living room, battered about by raging seas, trying to line the sides of the ships up for the best cannon shot. Miranda was studying the battle from various angles, rewinding it, and had alternate simulations of it running in different sections of the apartment. Keith set his luggage down inside the door, walked over to her, and grabbed her tightly for a long hug. Geez, what is all of this about? She asked. You're not normally this clingy. He let her go. Nothing, I'm just glad to see you. He realized he was a bit of a cold Navy father figure, urging her to study, keeping her on the straight and narrow. So much so that a hug caught her off guard, even though he'd been away for weeks. Is this homework? Keyes asked, looking at the battle. Miranda froze it all. No, just something I was playing with. I was hoping to tear you away, walk down Armstrong Alley, get an ice cream cone. Okay. Outside, as he locked the door, he refused to look up through the clear lunar dome to the night sky and then the stars. For Keyes, stars were no longer distant, amazing things. Now they were filled with threats of Covenant, bearing down and moving even closer now, always an implacable foe. Tonight he kept his head straight ahead, walking down past the bronze statues of lunar rovers and centuries-old busts of astronauts who'd first landed on Luna oh so long ago. They might even enjoy a nice Earthrise by the decks today, because tonight he was just a father out with his daughter, enjoying the simple treats of his life. That's it. It's the end.
Excellent work, buddy. Another book in the bag.
Hey, thanks, man. More tears for you to harvest. I think my wife might be right about me. Once upon a time, long ago, She said that I didn't feel for people. But I always get so upset when the computers die. And again, here I was crying.
Your tears are delicious.
I hope you enjoy them. Hey guys, that's the big man, and his music is what has kept us going today. I see you over there on YouTube. Thanks for stopping by and being part of the day. Adam, I hope you enjoy the rest of today's book when you finally get a chance to catch up with it. Let me get a pulse on what's been going on in the chat for a little bit since I started reading. Hey, Faye Helmet, thank you for the follow an hour ago. You are 790. We're 10 now from 800, which is our monthly goal. And good God, I can't do it without you. So thank you so much. It picks the worst day not to have my headphones. It is it's really hard. The way that I experience these books is so emotional.
Pour one out for the Spartans we lost along the way.
It's tough. It really is. Oh, so much loss for the humans in this series, and wow, that's tough. Thank you to Kevin Hurd for giving away a not spoiler. I don't think Master Chief kills everyone at the end of the book. I agree with you on the Covenant hierarchy. I think it's amazing. What I've learned through the books is that, you know, it's like what I'm excited about is that this is some of the stuff about Thelvadam that you don't actually get a chance to even know about. So, you know, they're expanding his journey, and what I like about that is that we're finding out how he got to where he became the Arbiter, because he had to go through like a massive amount of like things to be dishonored to the point where they took all of that away and made him that figure. You know, so it's kind of interesting. Hey, Con, how's it going? So it's crazy. There's a really brief scene in Halo 2 terminals that show his encounter with Grey Team. I hope the next game they can represent the struggle better. Yeah, you know, one of the things that they've always done with Halo is they've always made us the one thing that saves humanity. You know, there's a lot to be said about, you know, when we played ODST for the first time, you couldn't just run in and beat down some dudes and, like, let your shields recharge and be okay. You had to hide, you had to be stealthy, you had to be sneaky, you had to stay away because they wanted you to feel like you couldn't just kill those dudes. I think that there's a lot of stories that could be told about this. A lot of things. So much other books and lore. Check it out. Here's what's going to happen. We're more than happy to talk about it some more. But I'm going to go reboot my coffee because I want to hang out with you guys until our normal time at 2. We got about an hour and a half left. We're going to play some games and do some stuff, bullshit about things, and hang out. It's a really good day. We finished another book, and that's amazing. The first 15, 20, 30 minutes of it were kind of cumbersome and wordful. I stumbled over myself a little bit, but hey, you know what? It's part of the journey. We're only getting better together. Yeah, let me get Halo going, and then while that's booting up, I will go get my coffee rebooted and jump into the Spartan space where you all can hang out with me. Yeah. It's great stuff. Come on, Halo, make your noises. As soon as Halo starts making noise here, I'll shut off the ambient wonders and go grab a cup of coffee. And you guys get to see my heart rate go up because I'll be, you know... There it is. Oh, of course it's going to lie to me and not... There it is. All right. I'm going to go get my coffee. I'll be right back. Watch the chair. Hey, hi, I'm back. Well, I guess you didn't get to stare at the chair. Guess you had to stare at the door instead. My bad. Sorry, as I went in the house to use the restroom and all the things, my dogs were freaking out because my wife got home, and so she had a big giant box she needed me to run down and carry up. So you got the higher heart rate because I had to do work. And then I ran back to get here quicker because, I care about you guys, and I didn't want you to wait infinitely for me to return. Because I care about you guys. Alright, I'm jumping into Discord now because that's where I belong. With my friends. And that's cool. Turns out this iconic Halo lore is wrong. Oh boy, there are 2 new videos that Installation 00 has put out that I'm going to have to watch after this. Where do I belong? Where do I belong? There, I belong there. Alright, we're live in the awesome. And let's go like this. Up. We're in the face cam. We need to go to game scene. Boop. Game scene. Hey, buddy. Welcome. How are yous? Oh, I can't hear him.
Why can't I fucking hear him again?
I hear him now. Well, welcome to the awesome Mr. Zero. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, you. How goes it?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I got hot coffee in my hand here, and we finished another book, which is I went extra far today.
Nice.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wanted to finish the book, so we went ahead and finished it. It's important.
As you should.
Yeah. How about
That's good.
you?
Another one in the back. It's good. Yeah, good. Mine and Hidden Experience collaboration went live at 7:30 our time, about just over an hour ago, and yeah, they seem to be being well received at the moment, which is nice.
Oh god. Yeah, no, that's good stuff. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see what you guys uncovered. It's gonna be a lot, I'm sure. I'm waiting to be I don't know. I'm suspenseful. It's suspenseful, right? I don't know if I want a spoiler or if I want you to just like tell me about it now, or if I want to wait and watch the video. Yeah.
I think the full effect hits you best if you watch Luke's first.
Okay.
That's the second one, I think, in the recent videos.
Okay.
Yeah, Hidden Experience. Turned out this iconic Halo lore is wrong. Yeah, that's Hidden Experience, and then the one above that is this epic lore is wrong, featuring Hidden Experience. That's my video.
That one's yours
first, then watch mine.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll go watch him first. Sure. Yeah, I'll go watch the short one first. That's fair.
Yeah. Just a little guy.
The short one. He is so awesome. I can't believe how tiny he is. Like, even for me, I'm a short guy too, so it's like it's kind of funny. Hey Kevin, welcome to the awesome. Yeah, no, it's a good day. Like I said, we finished the book. I wanted to make sure that I finished the book. I got started a little choppy. Like the first paragraph, or not the first paragraph, but the first chapter, the first couple of pages, I was just like stumbling all over. Like I just could not get words out of my face. And then we settled down and finished it up. So that was good.
Yeah, it happens. I've done so much recording on audio work in the past week. Literally, it's been almost all that I've been doing. It gets to a point where your voice is just fucked and you can't get words out. Your tongue isn't responding correctly. And you're dribbling everywhere, and yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think that my voice is like trash. I don't feel like that, but I really do feel like there are some times when I just am failing to enunciate, or like.
Yeah.
Or persevere and preserve today. Those two words close enough together that I was having trouble distinguishing the two words if I saw them.
Yeah.
And I was like, Jesus, that's not usually the thing. But you like the door, do you?
Yeah. Nice door. It hung nice. It's yeah.
Oh, thanks. Hung nice. Wow. Look at that. Knows all about the carpentry. That's my favorite. You're the best. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah. No, I've hung doors. I've done woodwork before and stuff. Yeah. So when someone does it right, it's I appreciate the hustle.
It's nice to see that somebody hung a door and it's not just like pinned on there all shittily. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. That's one fucking awkward, and when you close it, it like patches the goddamn like door jam, and then they've like tried to fix that rather than just hanging the door properly. They've chiseled a section of the door jar off. So the door slits like slightest.
Oh yeah, so it just it just closes anyway, and then they move like the jam down or whatever. Yeah, no. If you ever make it out to the Spartan space yourself, I have to show you some other really interesting like things. Like I cut the trim so that I cut the trim around the door so that the hinges have so the trim goes around them nicely and it's painted, and it's a lot of little weird shit that I did because I wanted it to be nice, little extra woodwork and time that I took for myself.
I'm conservatively hoping I'm gonna put my guess out there that obviously we're only a few days away now from the announcement of the HCS roadmap.
Yes.
I think I'm going to put my prediction that we're going to be doing that HCS Seattle will fall on the weekend of October the 24th to the 26th, I think.
24th to 26th, okay.
We've gone like a month, we've gone like a week earlier in October for each year on a trot.
Yeah.
And now, like, the one just gone was obviously the very first weekend of October, which is why I couldn't come because of Gabriel's birthday. So I've got I can't see. It doesn't make sense because how late they're announcing it in the year. Not late, because they're announcing it in February.
Yes.
If they were doing it a week sooner again, we would already know what the roadmap is.
Do you think so?
I think it's going to go back to the end of October again. In which case, I am all clear. And I'll be the second I know for certain, I will be on my way. I'll have all flights booked and the hotels. And
dude, that's awesome. Do you really think you really think because they pushed it so far back? I mean, when did they tell us last year that they were doing it?
Like when you look back at like the Twitter posts when the 2024 timeline came out, when the 2023 timeline came out, they're pretty much, there's a little bit of drift, but they're pretty much the same period of time between announcing it and then the end, like the Seattle event.
Yes.
So because we and I'm sure 2023 we already knew by now. I'm sure we did. So
I wonder if we can go back and find that information, like when they released it.
Yeah. So I think 2025 is it's on back to the end of October, which is why the announcement has not yet happened,
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look.
I did, for everybody who wants to know, the microphone has been stable and clearer today because I was finally able to figure out why we were having, why the software was turning down the microphone. It was a setting in Windows 11 that I had to go find and shut off that allows other programs to have parent control over your microphone. And I was able to find that in Google. I Googled it. There was a Reddit article on it specifically about the HyperX. And it actually turned out that it was actually Streamlabs that was turning down the microphone for me. And basically, it was saying that because occasionally I have it tuned so that the input from the microphone is always in the red, so you maximize no matter where I'm at, I'm a loud guy, it's always red. So if it went over the sense that Streamlabs could use, it would just automatically turn down the microphone so that it wasn't overdriving the sound. I'm assuming it was to preserve the fact that then you could hear me the entirety of the time in case I went beyond the pickup of the filter. But in any case, we disabled that setting, and it seems to have functioned, seems to have stabilized us, which makes me the big happy.
Yeah. Right. So in 2023,
yeah,
we knew about the roadmap on January the 19th.
And that was in October, or in early October.
That was like mid-October.
Mid-October,
that was the year
okay.
it came.
Yeah, that was the first year that we met.
19th also.
Last year was the 19th as well, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and so because you're saying that they're pushing back the roadmap launch so far, like a month, like half of a month further, that you're anticipating based on that it would be backwards.
Yeah.
When was the last time that Halo happened late October for HCS?
I don't believe there was a HCS. I actually looked it up. 2014 was the last time that there was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday that fell on, like, 24th, 25th, 26th, sorry, that fell on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the end of October. 2014 was the last year that happened, and I don't think there was HCS.
I'm just wondering I'm just wondering where the HCS.
Well, there was a HCS, but it was nowhere near as established back then.
Right. What time was it? When was it scheduled?
So look. So yeah, it was on. Let's have a look. World Champions. That's 2016. We don't need that. We need 2014. Oh no, sorry. It was established 2014. So the very first HCS ever was in 2014.
There you go.
So hang on. So okay.
So now you can build the metric and track the days based on the planning, and that might provide you a better insight into maybe what they're thinking. If I'm honest, I don't want to sound like a shitter here, but last year they planned it 2 days before my birthday. So HCS ended, and then I had a birthday, and that was the best because everybody came and saw me for my birthday before they went home.
Oh, that's weird. Like the first year it ran from November 2014 until March of 2015. That's weird. So the World Championship was in March.
Oh, see, yeah, they've obviously changed it a little bit to make it better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking over.
So I'll have to send like your birthday presents like ahead of me. You know, so then you'll get them before I arrive. Assuming, like I say, that it ends up being the end of October.
Birthday presents. Well, the only birthday presents that I request is you to be present. But if you also bring me something, then that makes the presents double, right? Because I get 2 presents. I get you and whatever you bring me. You don't have to bring me anything. You just bring yourself. I bring you to my house, I'll feed you. I'll let you sleep on the cot like Oakham.
Yeah.
You would hate it. You're too tall for the cot. I don't know if you could I don't know if you could actually lay on the cot in the space that's provided here, if I'm honest. I don't know if there's 6'4" here for you to sleep in. I mean, I know if I move a bunch of stuff, you could, but
that is kind of why I book like hotels with sodden huge beds, so I've got enough room to actually lay down and not hang out the bottom of the bed.
Yeah, well, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I have a California King at my house, so it's 84 inches by 84 inches or 88 inches. It's like, I think it's 4 inches wider than it is. It's either 4 inches longer than it is wide, or it's 4 inches wider than it is long. I can't never remember, but it's a bigger king-size bed than normal. Getting sheets for that motherfucker is a bitch. But
yeah,
it allows my tiny wife and me to cuddle with 2 giant dogs.
There you go. Yeah, like I say, I'm 6'4", so that's 76 inches, I think. So 84-inch bed. Yeah, I mean, once you account for the fact that I won't sleep with my head against like the headboard, like you account for a little bit of like pillow room, and the fact that obviously your feet won't be like this, they'll be, right. Then yeah, I'd probably just about be right for me.
See, this is just a giant bed.
Right, if I stay at yours, we'll just kick Lena out. Is that all right? Or
Nikki's watching. She's gonna tell Lena you said that. Well,
I'll expect a text message from Lena saying, "Martin, I think we need to have a talk."
she's gonna give you the 2 fingers in the kidneys, like, you know. No, yeah, I don't know. We threaten to cuddle with a lot of people. It's good stuff. Oh my god, I watched. I got to tell you, I watched because I'm trying to get better at this, like every day. So when I went to make the episode name for today, I logged into my YouTube so I could see what episode we were on, so I didn't mistitle it, because there's been a couple of times where I'd be like, episode 3, and then the next week I'm like, episode 3, and then somebody comes back and goes, hey, what episode 3 is first? And I'm like, duh! So I've had to fix it, right? So I went and did that today, and I listened to myself. Like, when we started the Cole Protocol book, it was like, it was the day that the Seahawks were playing. I think it was the day after Christmas. Like, we blazed through that book, right? Like, that was quick. Right. But I listen to myself talk sometimes. Oakum's been giving me a hard time about it. He's like, you should go back and watch more. You go back and watch your VODs more often. And I'm like, well, I usually don't. I don't want to go back and see all the food that I'm eating that I'm not eating.
That's the thing. So with what I do, I have made it a point of it's a little bit like behind the scenes masterclass, I suppose, if you consider master. So what I've done ever since like the earliest days of uploading videos is I would watch my own videos. And I would critique them in a couple of different ways. So I would visually watch it through with no sound, and then I would watch, and then I'd replay the video, but then lock my phone so that it's only playing the audio, and then I listen to the audio performance and make sure that the pair of them are good on their own, so that. And I would critique it and figure out, okay, that didn't go well. I stumbled on words there. That sounded a bit clunky. That was a bit of a clumsy sentence. I said too many filler words here or there, or whatever the case may be. And over time, I've refined it, and I've got a better understanding of my tells, my filler words, how I stumble, and things like that. And I've allowed myself, I've allowed to change effectively my own technique to get to the point where I make less of those mistakes. And to start off, it is like, because you're so used to hearing your voice from your head, like when you talk out loud, you're hearing your voice obviously in the room, but you're also hearing your voice through like bone conduction inside of your skull. So to you, your voice sounds deeper and bassier than it really is, because you're hearing it as it's being conducted through infrasound through your skeleton. Yeah, you're right. Hearing your voice,
I get mammed on the phone a lot.
Yeah, so when hearing your voice out loud makes it, you become aware that it's maybe a slightly higher pitch than you're used to, and that's why a lot of people don't like listening to recordings of themselves. So it is a bit cringy to start with, and you really might struggle. Oh no, I don't like it. But the more you listen, the better your technique becomes. The more you kind of critique yourself, the better your technique becomes.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's I hear myself, and sometimes I always pick on myself, right? I try not to. I tell everybody to like always add value. That's like something that my wife and I always say at the dinner table. Like, even like if you came to the dinner table and you were like, you know, the food is good, and but the conversation is shit, and my wife would be like, now, Martin, we add value at the dinner table. We don't say things that take like this is how it works at our house, right? So it's because we had, you know, when you have kids that get older, like you're gonna get to a point where
no, yeah, I understand completely where that sentiment's coming from. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's even more so as when your kids get older and start to go to places like high school, where they're starting to generate their own communities and make their own decisions, bad or good, free of your influence, where you now are sitting at home and you get maybe a report from the school that, you know, your kid was caught smoking in the bathroom, or maybe your kid punched another kid in the face on the bus, or maybe like whatever it is, right? They're like all little autonomous people. So we like sit at the dinner table and we always go through our 3 good things like every single day when we eat together. We sit down 1 meal a day. We try to have with each other, and we sit down. And if you come to well, you experienced this at the pizza, didn't you? Didn't we do the 3 good things at pizza? Did we do that with you? I think
so, yeah.
I know.
I do recall, yeah.
I was gonna say, I know we did that with UC and Timo and Ben and Oakham when they came. We had them all. We were like, we do 3 good things. I do
remember this, actually. I do remember it, yeah.
That's straight from our dinner table because it gives us a chance to like have that conversation and have everybody add value. So, you know, it's good. That's good. That's one thing that we really do enjoy taking away. But then you get the bad moments, and that's where my wife says the things like, "Come on now, we add value at the dinner table," you know. But I will pick on myself all the time. You know, so when I hear myself talking, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I sound like that. Like, I'm sure you hear yourself and you're like, oh, that's a pretty smooth, golden voice.
To start with, no. I didn't like the sound of my voice. What I realised quite quickly is that what I said to you is that I'm hearing my voice through my head.
Yeah.
And thus it's deeper. So I actually I weaned myself off of my internal voice by editing some of my... Notice this now when you go back. Some of my earlier videos are really bassy. Like
okay, yeah.
Audio,
that's fair.
My vocal performance is really bassy because then when I listen to it, it sounds more like my voice that I recognise internally. And then over time, I taught myself to reduce that bass increase iteratively over time until I got used to how I actually sound. So now when I listen to my vocal performance, I'm like, yeah, that's me.
Oh, that's
rather
you.
Than, that's like a weird version of me. I don't like it.
No, me, I just talk like I always talk. Hey, Faye, you can call me John if that's what you're asking. I am Spartan John. Thank you for the follow, by the way, and joining the Awesome. This gives me an opportunity to tell everybody what the Awesome is about for everybody who may have forgotten or who's joining.
Awesome. You can call him John Boy JJ, John Johnny Papa John Junior J John Johnsonson.
Is that what you call me in the server now again? Holy shit! Good lord! All right, so you can find me populated in a lot of servers. I have many jobs. My first one is dad. My second one is friend. I just recently, it was just recently released that I am going to be the regiment membership officer in the 405 Infantry Division starting on the 1st of February. I will officially inherit that title. And I'm also the executive officer of the Washington Battalion. So, I have 2 jobs in the 405. I'm Spartan John. I cosplay as the Pineapple Chief. And I do this Halo thing because Halo is, like, my favorite thing in the whole world that's not, like, you know.
Me.
Well, I mean, you're one of my favorite things in the whole world, too, Martin. No, I mean, for me, it's 00 cosplay. Yeah, he will cosplay soon. He will. No,
I think that's... cosplay, not 00 cosplay. That's cosplay.
Oh, yeah, cosplay. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, so let me get out of the way. Let me get out of the way for a second. So, there you go. So I haven't put the new visor that 00 sent me yet, but this is my Legends Chief helmet. You can see me on my Instagram and all the places as the Legends Chief. Is it 3D printed? Yes. I also built the Infinite Chief. You can see as you hang out when we play games and do nefarious things, tomfoolery, hanging out and all the stuff. You can force me to wear my armor while I'm playing Halo Infinite. It's awesomeness that you get just from watching.
Yeah. Just like that.
You know, all you gotta... Yeah, just like that. So the first game that I play, I'm gonna wear some armor now. There's, like, so much cool stuff, and it's awesome because of you guys. Like, when you guys show up and spend the time with me, it helps me out. I'm a disabled vet. You know, I'm unemployable according to the VA. I'm an instructor pilot. So, I can teach people to fly airplanes, believe it or not, still. But, again, I sit here 4 hours a day, most weekdays, and hang out with you guys because the community is important and Halo is the best. And I get to hang out with people like Installation00 on YouTube. You can check him out if you put !friends in the chat. You'll get a link to all of the coolest content creators who currently like give back to me in some amazingly great way. Don't forget, if you enjoyed the reading today, OST, it will give you the Ambient Wonders link, which is the soundtrack behind all the reading. It's provided by Installation00. He's a great YouTube creator who's giant, and some reason that I have yet to understand, I'm still conducting an experiment on his brain to find out. He thinks that I'm the coolest guy on the planet, and I'm not upset about that. So, somebody asked me the other day about this, and they were like, you're such a good person and you do all these really great things and, and like, I really like you. And they're like, how do you do it? And I just looked at them in the eye and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm the biggest shitter in the world. What are you even talking about? And everybody started laughing. And I was just like, I do my best. That's it. I just try to be a good person. That's what the awesome is about. And that's why we're here. People like you who stop and chat with us. So thank you. Now you can watch me eat invisible food. What's up?
You're one of the good ones.
Oh my god, I appreciate you. Like, again, I can't even, like, I fuck up every single day. Like, there is something every day that is just...
Everyone does.
Right? But I try to take accountability for it, and I try to tell you guys about it, and I try to learn about it, because it's important. And if you guys enjoy that, then that makes me happy. I will continue to be the bad dad joke, best internet, invisible food eating Spartan in the world. What was that? Were those decals?
That's the new cigar labels. Like I redesigned them, made them like more.
Those are handsome. Yeah, those are handsome. I'm upset because I'm still waiting.
Not arrived?
No, still not here. I'm telling you what, that package that you sent me is. Dude, a firefighter is smoking that next to the building that was half on fire that it was in at Customs right now. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Unless I'm a liar and they updated it.
Let me have a look.
The Lacuna, yeah.
Used.
So I sent out from here with Royal Mail, and then it would have transferred it then over to United States Postal Service. So yeah, it's probably gone.
Well, it says that
so much faster.
It says that it arrived at Customs and it was stuck in Customs. So I haven't seen it move from there yet. Based on what you sent me, it's like just there.
Yeah, same. I got here. Customs transit inbound into Customs in LA.
Yeah, inbound. Like it shows that it showed up, and then the worm is inbound. I swear to God, firefighters smoking that motherfucker on the beach right now. Anyway, my favorite Halo Infinite weapon currently. Wow. Is it cannon weapon? Is it multiplayer weapon? Is it campaign weapon? Is it custom weapon? Because there's like a qualifier for all of those things, right? Look, I already have a Kevin in here. That's the Halo collector. He's a good friend of mine. You can follow him. On
Kevin's awesome.
All the social media. He has like all of the toys. If there's a Halo toy that you want that you can't get, you could ask this guy, and he will either know a place or he might have one. Like literally,
he is an absolute pillar of the community, no doubt about it.
Yeah, big unit. Dude is awesome. He needs some Mjolnir armor or like he needs something. You dress up like a brute, Kevin?
I told you what I want to do.
I know. He
Then I can have fun and harass you guys.
Kevin wants a technician suit from Halo CE, so he can run around and make you do the diagnostic. Look up here, look over here.
That's a cool idea.
That's what he wants to do. He thinks that's the coolest.
we could get you. We could get you like the portable one that the Marine uses at the start of Halo 3.
Yes. Yeah, like that.
Then yeah, you like literally lights and everything, like, and you can just hold it up and they look at it, and then it turns green when you look at it. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah,
we can make that happen.
he says he
No
wants
doubt.
to do that, and then he wants to mess with us. Any of them. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you that in this game, I think my favorite gun is the Bulldog, followed secondly by the M40, the MA40, and the reason why I say that is because if you play Halo Infinite, the balance of the MA40 in this game is probably the most perfect it's ever been. It has the right amount of bullets to strip a shield and kill a guy in one clip, even though it takes a long time, and you've got to be accurate. In older games, the AR, in CE, the AR had, 60 rounds in it, and it was like shooting your neighbor with a BB gun 100 times. All you're going to do is piss them off. They're eventually going to come and punch you in your face. The thing about the Bulldog that I love is that it's got a feeling like the original shotguns had, minus the pump function. It's got a little bit higher rate of fire. It has the Call of Duty problem, and I hope that they can fix this when we go to Unreal Engine, because Call of Duty has an issue with the shotguns seeming like they're shooting and killing you a little too far, and I feel like sometimes that happens with the Bulldog, mostly when I'm not using it. But, maybe that's a skill issue. But, beyond that, custom weapons. I had a pistol that I made with Occam one day in some testing that shot skewer rounds, and that was stupid. Because it was the sidekick with 10 bullets, the campaign sidekick, the banished sidekick. So it had 10 bullets and a higher firing rate, and you could just downrange skewer rounds into dudes, and they were explosive skewer rounds. So this is stupid. It was like a super magnum on crack. That was pretty cool. And then one time we did an AR that had a commando element to it, so it had a zoom in that was less good. It had the commando reticle, it had the commando rate of fire, but it was an AR with commando damage, so it had the AR amount of bullets. So it's an interesting thing. And I believe that Occam accelerated the rate of fire a little bit. It's all Forge shit that you can do. As a matter of fact, Occam, are you watching right now? If Occam is watching, we played. I want to drag you guys through this mode that Occam found. Hey man. Can you get us in that map we did the other day with the hogs and I'm going to say with the hogs because I don't remember the rest.
House one, the Christmas.
Yeah, it had a Christmas house, and we were it was cool because you spawn and there were 2 infected guys, and you all migrated through a cave, and then you would hold, and then the cave would break open, and then you jump in some hogs and drive for a long ways across the map through the snow. And then there was a couple of zip lines that you would take, and all the time the flood are chasing you, and then you hold up in this house, a Christmas village house, and you break that down, and once you break through the back of that, there was a boat that extracted you to several zip lines that climbed you up a mountain to a pelican for extraction. And the whole time the dudes are becoming infected, and just as they're getting chipped off, and they continue to spawn closer and closer and closer to you. So it was really cool. Occam has been a big fan and a big driver of me experiencing the custom content now that I've made it to Hero, because he's that there are so many more forgers and creators that are building things that we haven't even had a chance to experience or don't even know about until now. And so there's a fair amount of things to be said about that, for sure. Anyway, something to be said. In the meantime, until he gets a hold of us, we'll hit the Delta arenas so that we can warm up. Faye Helmet says my personal favorite is one of the Sentinel beams because it's very similar to the other weapons from other games, but it deals more noticeable. Yeah, so the Sentinel beam that's beefed up from the campaign by the Banished is like stupid good. It'll kill you in like 60, I think it's 68 ticks. Hey, thanks for the sub, Alberto. Welcome to the Awesome on YouTube. How you doing today? Hey, which armor do you want, Martin? You get a choice now these days because the both.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, you get a choice. I'll let you pick.
Okay. Yeah, let's no. I was gonna say do the FUD suit, but the FUD suit's heavy as shit. Do infinite.
Do infinite suit. Legends is
that's,
not bad.
Legends is not bad, but like the Infinite Chief is the one I immediately recognized. That was the first armor I saw you in.
Well, that's fair. You're gonna get me in. You're gonna get me in the Legends armor this year for the competition.
Legends.
That's what you're gonna. You're gonna arrive in. You're gonna see me in the 65-pound fucker this year. Hopefully, we'll get him a little bit lighter before he. Before we get to HCS Worlds, but. So this is my cosplay suit. This is the chest piece for my Infinite Chief. He competed at HCS Worlds in 23 and 24. In 23, I finished 4th in the cosplay competition. In 24, I should have won that motherfucker, but there were some guys that were really good. And there was a Flood guy, and then we had a Reach helmet with the skull inside of it. And so there were some guys that did a little bit better, and you know, they deserved to win. Man, I was the sad, obviously, because I wanted to win, but you know, it's okay. It's okay. Shit happens. We're gonna continue to get better. It doesn't matter. What'd you say?
Bye.
Oh, I thought you said something while I was taking the helmet off. Hold on, let me put my helmet on so I can hear you. Give me a second.
No, I didn't say anything. I was probably like absent-mindedly mumbling to myself, I imagine.
Of course I'm watching him talk while I'm putting on the helmet, and of course I can't hear him while he's talking while I'm trying to put the helmet on, so, you know, there's that. Alright, I can hear you now. Test.
Yeah, I was probably just absent-mindedly mumbling to myself, to be fair. I was just quickly looking over something.
Okay, well, that's fair. Alright, I got you. Yes, I can hear and see. This helmet I don't see as well when I'm playing the games, but it's cool. I love it. Here we go, Kevin. You ready to die? You want the lights on or off?
Die.
Whatever works for you.
It's whatever you want. You're the one who paid for it.
No, whatever works for you. It's fine. I've got loads in reserve. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I've probably got like the largest like quantity of like points for your channel.
Oh my god, yeah. There's so many people that just watch and like have accrued so many points that it's absolutely silly. It's good stuff. I love it.
The house announcement is tomorrow, correct?
Yes, the 5th. It's the 5th, right? It comes out on the roadmap comes out on the 5th.
It's tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow?
Oh, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, they're doing it on the live stream. Ooh.
If you're wondering, the inside of the helmet it has batteries and fans and stuff inside of it, so I don't, you know, die when I'm playing or when I'm cosplaying at conventions. Oh shit! Somebody's chatting in YouTube and I can't see them. No, maybe they're not. Maybe that's just the bot doing auto chat.
Let me check. No, Smithbusters. Where are you? There you are, Spartan John.
Spartan John! Christ, I kind of need to be able to see.
to play
Most
on
recent one says, thank you for subscribing, Alberto Verueta?
It's always a hard one, right? Every time somebody subscribes and I have
sorry.
to pronounce their name, it's like hugely... Sometimes it's really difficult. Oh yeah, this is going to be terrible. I can't see shit. I'm not taking the sniper because it ain't going to do me any good this time around. I can't even see where the floor is. Where's the floor? The floor is lava. Getting shot, can't see.
I have no idea where you're getting shot from.
God, I love this gun. Oh, piece of candy. Somebody's about to get dicked. I got the overshield. No eyes. No eyes. 2 here, snipe power. I still got.
Oh wow!
no
Someone in the
overshield.
comments just called me Daddy00.
Oh,
wow! Okay.
Installation ooh-woo.
Oh, hang on, mate. We can do that, can't we?
Yeah, installation ooh-woo. Ooh-woo. You can have it. You can have the sound clip. I don't care. I'll embrace it at this point. Master Chief saying installation ooh, it's gotta be hilarious. Oh, shice, I'm dead in the tower.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Installation
I
ooh-woo.
can't see anything. It's terrible. Somebody is about to die, 'cause I got some plasma grenades for them. Oh, stuck you dumb bitch. Get out of here. Thanks, buddy. Whoop. Let's go get him.
Oh.
Yeah, you saw that. I just did that. I'm the coolest. Oh, Shiza. Rockets on my X at Bulldog. Damn, damn, damn. I'm glad I can at least see enough to tell him where I died. Give me the rocket. Give me them. Give me them. Give me them. Give me... I'm dead. OS on my X at rockets. He's got rockets and overshield now. That's not where I need to be. It's painful watching me run around like in circles lost, isn't it? I can't see anything.
You're performing alright, all things considered.
There's another guy on my radar. Oh, Rocket Man. Burning out his fuse up here alone. Oh, traded. Am I seriously positive right now? That's impossible. No eyes. Where are they, Kevin? Roger, on the way. That was bullshit. He should have died faster than that. Kevin's got 10 kills. Alright. You gonna come and play with us today, Zero?
Sorry?
You gonna come play with us today? Or are you just hanging out?
I'm gonna be popping off shortly, yeah. Just because I'm knackered.
Fair enough. Knackered. He's tired, ladies and gentlemen.
That's merit. Yeah. That's a Britishism, is it?
Nah, we understand that one.
Okay.
Kidding? Oh shit! Piece of candy. Can't give me this. Can't do that to me. No eyes, no eyes. I got 1 rocket left.
Someone on Hidden's Xperia said the voice, the unknown voice is John.
It's John. Come
yeah.
here. No, where'd he go? Sorry I didn't save you. I'm sorry. Oh. Is Master Chief?
I just like the idea that it's like you.
Oh my god. The voice, is John.
Is Spartan John.
Spartan John, like, I mean, how old is it? How old is the goddammit?
The mystery is 20 years, just over 20 years now, yeah.
Okay. 20 years.
I hate saying that because I remember the release of Halo 2. I was there, and yeah, knowing that was 20 years ago, like, drives home how much I've aged.
Right? Ooh, piece of candy. Where did I get clocked from? I'm getting shot from over here somewhere, but I'm not sure exactly where.
Power items incoming.
How long until sniper, Kevin? I'm at small tower.
I don't know.
Okay.
They got rockets in the middle.
Roger. Kevin's carrying us right now. We got an AFK.
Tower.
Oh, damn. OS pushing out of snipe tower. Guys, you can't just camp. You gotta like do stuff. You got the Master Chief on your team. Just keep fucking killing. Jesus.
Center. Oh, big tower, big tower.
Big tower, right? There's one up top, one on bottom of big tower. Two at big tower.
Close.
Still two at big tower. No eyes beyond. Trading for a shotgun. I'm right side, pressing big tower from the right side. Still no eyes.
Power items on the way, Spartan.
Get out of here. People at big tower are dead. They died like stupid idiots.
Power items in play.
That's what I would really say on the radio comm, by the way. 100%. I'm approaching Banshee with Bulldog. There was a guy I just saw camping here. He left. He must have saw me coming. One at the top of a tower. I'm dead. Shit, I died. Whoopsies, whoopsies.
Shields are down.
No eyes.
Power weapons on route.
Hello. Some snacks for me. Yay.
Also, I'm gonna take Ziva to the...
Power weapons available.
Okay. Take Ziva to the park. Be safe. Love you. You guys just missed Elena. Thank you. Thank you for the help there, teammate. Did you guys see her?
No, she was just off cam.
Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, good. I thought I just died right there. I literally thought I just committed suicide because I could barely see. No eyes, no eyes. Where are they, Kevin? One here. One here. One here. Shit. Traded in the middle. Traded in the middle. Oh, they got quitters? No way. We're doing that good? All right. Babies. It's too bad they don't know. You should tell them TTV/JS Lund. You should go watch. If you watch, you can watch me wearing a helmet and some armor, wrecking these dudes. I can't even see.
You can look at you can gaze upon Spartan John's shiny helmet.
Oh my! I'm down. Oh my! Gaze upon it, Spartan. It's like those. It was at that moment.
Is always breathing heavy as well.
That is why. That's what those letters were all about. They just didn't tell you.
Gaze upon it, Spartan. It's like, okay.
It was at that moment when you pulled back my hair. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for telling me about your romantic interlude there, Ashram. Atriox, whatever.
Ashram needs to calm the hell down.
He's like, yes, I feel it. I'm like, what is it that you feel? I feel the blood pumping, Spartan. I'm like, oh, God. He's camping the OS right now? Never mind, he's dead. He chose poorly. Oh, yes.
Oh, and then at the end you got to see Spartan John's face. Spoiler alert. If you didn't already know, now you know. So
underneath his helmet is not just another helmet.
Here you go.
It's Spartan John.
There you go, guys. See, you can see inside the helmet. It has a lot of cool stuff. I don't know why do you. Why? Why do you do that? Come here.
It's because it's something blocking it.
It's like
the thing is, my camera. When I had my real Mjolnir helmet on the unit back here,
yeah,
my camera would look at that more than it would look at me.
Maybe that's because it's got more of a face to it, because it has more of a face to it because it has like goggles and like a nose-looking protrusion. Like
quite possibly, yeah.
You look at my helmet and it's just a big fucking shiny visor staring me back in the face, and the camera doesn't. It doesn't know what to look for. It's just like, John is gone from the camera apparently now, so. Who knows? Oh, what does Oakham say? He has sent me a message. He says, oh yeah, it's published now. Oh, Oakham published his Death Derby map. That's pretty cool. We've been playing that one a lot too. I gotta tell him, the infection one. I was 15 and 15 with 4 assists with blindness on. So we can only do better this time. If I can get 2 more of my community to come and jump into my lobby, we'll play Husky Raid. Oh my God, my wife got me many snacks, many good snacks. She got me wafers, speculoos cookies, fig Newtons, little rye bread rounds. Dude, my wife's the best. Woo. Sesame snaps. Oh, I didn't realize the camera had followed me down here to look in the bag of goodies that she deposited. It is. What's your favorite part about watching the stream? What do you think? Tell me, everybody. What is your favorite part? I'm just curious. What about you?
How you react to like community and like gameplay and stuff like that. I think your visceral and like genuine reactions are the thing I come for.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like when people, like the fact that I really do try to get to every single person that chats in the chat, because I see a lot of streamers that I follow and they will just talk about whatever. Like some of them are are pretty good at streaming. They've got 80 or 90,000 people that follow them, and I stumble upon them and they're like just sitting here like this, doing whatever it is. And I feel, and you're like, hey, and they don't even respond to you, or they might have a rolling mess of like people communicating, but they don't interact. And I always thought that was one of the best parts about.
A bit aloof, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Interact with the community is like, I think that should content creator 101. Is if you just sit there and you let them pass on by, it's like, oh well, you're not getting any of that genuine reaction. Some of my best videos and some of my best most enjoyable moments of being a content creator have come from direct community interaction. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm knackered and I need a shower because I stink. Probably.
I'm sure you smell lovely. Probably rocking that Johnny Depp sausage smell.
Sausage, yeah.
Sausage, yeah. It's
Yeah.
Johnny Depp fragrance. No.
But
Just announcement.
sorry.
If it is.
Tomorrow is the HCS announcement on the live stream starting at 1 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, okay.
9 p.m. GMT. Okay, brilliant. Thanks for that, Kev.
Hey Zero, check out in the chat.
In the chat.
Yes. John, do check it out too if you want.
A sword.
Oh, is it
My sword.
your energy sword?
Yes.
Do you like my sword, my diamond sword?
I got the,
No,
I got the purple ghosted onto it. So.
Right. Have fun, everyone. Much love.
Thank
I
you.
will, we'll catch you all very soon.
I enjoyed the video.
Have a great good night, and we'll see you tomorrow, big guy. Sleep well.
See you later. Bye.
I'm on you. I'm dead, but there's 2 weak on my X. I thought my partner was gonna go with me in there, but he abandoned me. Wow. All right. For everybody that doesn't know, that really great guy that was in the channel here and just left us is Installation00 again on YouTube. Big time Halo creator. Really great friend. Good person. Go check him out. He if you don't already know who he is probably one of the best. He's one of my favorite community creators. I'm at OS. There's one here pushing me. I'm gonna die. Never mind, he died instead. 30 seconds to OS. Sorry, 45 seconds to OS. Oh shit, Dynamo's here. Dynamo's back here at Alley. I'm dead. I'm dead. 2 pushing, 1 weak. That AR. You got him, Kevin. I just chipped him with grenades and AR fire. Coming in with grenades again.
He got me, I'm
Yep,
down.
Got one. I'm down as well. I push him back into that corner.
Overshield available.
Come on, kid. Increase the intensity. Disruptor. Did you say on OS? OS is down. God damn it. It makes me the big sad. They're gonna be at Warthog now with sniper rifle, I'm guessing. Wow, I can't believe he survived.
On.
S7 available.
Oh, one on my X. 2 on my X now. They're gonna push for OS through the alleys.
Another overshield.
Two here. What's a good call, the OS call? I'm far away.
Halfway to victory.
They're gonna get that OS maybe? No, 21.
Double kill.
We've lost a teammate. Overshield inbound.
Come on, Chief. Take a girl for a ride.
Yep, next match, I'll do it. Pinch him. I'm dead. I got grenaded. How you doing, Krampus? Fucking camping son of a bitch.
Enemy is below us.
You gonna come and play with us, Ian?
No, I gotta leave in like 15 minutes to go pick up the girlfriend from work,
Gotcha.
so I will not have time. I've just been working on getting stuff going. I got my map, my flood map, published today. I finished off the last little bit of decoration I needed and got it published. And yeah, I've been working on my sword and my the handle for the sword.
Nice.
Yeah, no, it's been a productive day of I'm not playing Halo, unfortunately, but that's alright.
S7 inbound.
I just put the new valve stem covers that I got, or caps for I got for my truck. They're little grenades.
Nice.
Overshield inbound.
Oh, brr. Brr, I got colder today.
Zap god.
You're a zap god. That's funny.
Overshield available.
Overshield is wasted. I've got it. No eyes.
Spartan down.
5 minutes remaining.
Come down.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, two in corner room above stairs out by Warthog.
Victory.
Nice. What a game. Nice job, guys. Hey, Krampus, did you enjoy the end of the book?
I wasn't politically into it.
How you feeling today, big guy?
Soft.
Soft. Like a pillow?
No, soft like a pile of shit.
Oh.
Ew.
Like the quick steps? Like the hot snakes? Or like I mean, you brought this on yourself now, so, you know.
The hot snakes.
The hot
Ew.
snakes, you know, the quick steps. The let's see, the rolling brownout, as it were.
Jesus Christ, John, the hot snakes.
Well, that's what it comes out like, hot snakes, right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
It's a snake that burns your butthole, basically.
Honestly, I don't think there's anything on this world that can do that to me anymore.
He's just sitting there. You know, we've talked about this in the Awesome before. It's one of those times where you go into the bathroom and you leave the light off, and you're sitting there on the pot, sweating it out, grunting, like holding your arms in close, like you might have your phone next to you, so you sort of have some comfort. And it's just like pressurized coffee brewing straight out of you into the toilet at 1,000,000 degrees. You're just sweating alone. The fan is on. It might be the summer. Maybe it's the winter and you're sick. That's the hot snakes. You're welcome. Don't get those.
Yeah, the hot snakes
Going
are
out.
What, Kevin?
Burns going in. It burns going out.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That's why they call it toxic hell, ladies and gentlemen.
Seen people regret it within hours of trying to do the hot pepper challenges that some people try.
Oh, God. I used to follow this guy on TikTok in the before time, before it shut down and came back. And it was like this old-ass dude from the South, and he sounded like an old man. Like, he kind of had a whistle, and, like, sort of like he was like, ooh, like his voice was kind of low, and it was like he just kind of grunted out the sounds through a whispery voice. But he would also always talk about eating these chili peppers that were, like, 1,000,000 Scovilles, like... He'd eat a chili pepper and then eat a different chili pepper and then eat something else hot on the video. The guy probably died, now that I think about it. I owe Krampus a helmet. Let me go get that. Oh, where the hell is it? What about this one? Can I wear this one on my head for a match?
Hang on, let me see.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. It's my plushie.
YouTube's I watch is the Hot Wings channel.
Oh, the Hot Ones? Hot Ones?
Yeah, the
I
Hot
love that guy. Dude has everybody on there, including Gordon Ramsay, which, the fact that Gordon Ramsay went on there is like, that's cool to me because he, for him to go to it, it takes a fair amount of recognition for somebody like that to go to something like that. So, in my opinion, that's pretty awesome. Hey, I'm right here.
It's the celebrities, and they just show themselves. When you're put through certain things, your true personality just shows through. And it's amazing that some of the people you think would be the wimps were some of the champions, and some of the champions you thought would be the most whiny, and you can't even make.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We only got 10 minutes left in the Awesome. No way. The day went by way too fast. Go ahead. I was going to say, after the Awesome is over, you can find me. I'm going to take a tiny break, like I always do. I'm going to use the bathroom, hug my wife. And then I'm going to exist in the Spartan space for the rest of the evening because Kraken play at 6 o'clock. We sent our goaltender, one of our goaltenders, down to the minor leagues yesterday on waivers. So I think the season is over for us, pretty much. But we shall see. Tomorrow we'll be back in the Awesome at 10, doing awesome things. Basically sitting here, probably painting some minis again, and streaming. Obviously just playing Halo with our friends. So it's kind of like that.
Slayer.
Don't forget that Emerald City Comic-Con is coming up. And I'm going to be there on Saturday. Hope to see you there. I will be the Infinite Chief. With the pineapples and the sandwich.
He bought the armor. The armor, that's cool.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, I am making a Helios Corel armor for myself as well.
Going left.
More kills, more better.
I'm going for OS.
They have this banker.
They got rockets, Roger. I got OS. OS is wasted. Alright, I'm going for a sniper since somebody took it. Wow, somebody just took a chop shot at me. We got 2 here.
Oh, fuck off, Asakira.
Oh, fucking rockets is there. They got me. This is all 3 on Bulldog now. 3 on Bulldog. 3 on Bulldog, 1 at small snipe tower.
Damn it.
Alrighty, well, I gotta hop off.
Alright,
They're
buddy.
getting ready to go. So, you guys all have a wonderful last match of the stream, and I will catch you guys later.
Yeah, man. Have a good one. Stay awesome, my friend.
Bye.
I got 2 here. 1 at Bulldog, 1 on the left side of, whatever that is. Satellite dish, I guess.
Bulldog.
Bulldog, roger.
Enemy shields down.
Bulldog is clear.
Power items on the way, Spartan.
Small snipe tower, 1 weak. Small snipe headed to Bulldog. 1 down at mid. 1 at Banshee with OS. He's chipped, but he's still up.
Center.
Center runner.
There's 1 on my X. I got his hour shield.
Time to invade someone's personal space.
Traded at satellite. 2 there. Now we're having not a great match, huh?
Down.
1 here and 1 below.
Power weapons en route. Power weapons available.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Bitch.
I'm heading towards the sniper on Sniper Tower now. There's 2 weak left side of Sniper Tower on ledge, I guess is what that is. $21 to rockets.
Fuck yourself.
Nice.
I have the rocket launcher in 2, 1.
Oh, OS is on me, not used. I didn't get it. They're on it. They're on it now.
CQS 48 Bulldog pumped and ready.
One on me, overshield on me. He's above you, Kevin.
Overshield got me.
Where did you even come from, Rex? How did you shoot me like that? Awesome.
Owned on this.
Yeah, we're getting pounded pretty hard right now.
I have a feeling that not all of them are.
I didn't hear it. I was coughing, sorry. Bad one. My bad, guys. Sorry, didn't mean to cough all on you like that. I'm at baby snipe tower. I'm already under fire. From Banshee side. $11 to overshield.
He's on rockets. He's going for... no, he's not going for rockets. He will be.
In my sights.
Close.
I'm with you, Kevin.
My God, this kamikaze guy is.
Sniper, big tower. Sniper, big tower. Sniper, little tower. Sniper, big tower. Wow, really? Okay.
5 minutes remaining.
God, I'm playing like garbage. I'm under 50% kills right now. Wow, that was my bad. Wow, wow, wow. Jesus.
Horrible, too.
Huh. What's that, Kevin?
Didn't do too good.
Yeah, we had a rough match that time. That was not the greatest. Well, that's okay. I hate to leave on a loss, but the awesome must end. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Thanks, Faye, for coming and hanging out with us today and becoming a new person on Twitch. You're 790th follower. You're the only follower from today, and thank you. I appreciate it. Come and be awesome with us in the Discord. Just unfettered access in the Discord. The Spartan Space is the place where you guys can come and enjoy this brand of awesome all the time, 24 hours a day. I'm not always here, but I'm pretty much always here. And you can find Kevin, Installation 00. You can find Krampus, Ian. You can find everybody. Everybody comes here. Everybody. Well, maybe not everybody yet, but soon everybody. Guys, look for some new things to come. Next week we'll be starting a new book. We'll be starting Glasslands on Thursday. We already got it. It's a Halo book still, so go figure. Let's see here. And always fun things as we get ready for the convention season. And we'll be planning a lot of that, and I'll share all that with you authentically because I'm now a person in charge in the 405, and that means that I have work to do with them that will get us to conventions to see people like you. So that's really cool. I think that's it. Anyway, for all of these boys, for Installation 00, for everybody that was part of the awesome today, including you, thank you so much for stopping by and being part of it with us. I can't do it without you. Literally cannot. You guys make this worth doing. The interaction is the best, 100%. Community is so great. I'm glad that we're building it together. Anyway, I'm Spartan John again, and I'll see you tomorrow at 10. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And we'll see you here in the Spartan Space where it's always awesome because of you. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.